Nirella madam, are you able to hear me?
Yes. Good morning to you all. Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay, okay.
Before there's a small thing I want to just, unfortunately, there is a power cut. I'm using my mobile phone. I don't know whether you can clearly see me and whether it is all right.
It's okay. It's okay, madam. It's okay. I am able to see you. Sometime you clear the switch off the video for some time. Then we will ask you to open it. Okay.
Okay.
The moment
So
it was the moment it was going to be started, keep mic open and mobile video band kar.
Okay.
It will keep your charging properly. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
ये बहुत छोटा आ गया.
Morning, everyone. We would be starting the event within a very short span of time.
ये किसकी है?
ये साउंड क्या है? फुल है साउंड, उसको मत पूछो।
अब बात करने के समय पर ये क्यों करना?
Lokesh, we can start.
Madam,
Yes, sir.
ready?
Yes.
All right. Good morning. On behalf of the faculty, management, research club and legal research center, the students and the entire Manikchand Pahade Law College of Aurangabad, I extend a warm welcome to one and all for the International Conference on the Status of Human Rights during COVID-19 pandemic. For this, the inaugural session, we have with us as chief guest, Mr. M. Koteswara Rao, Secretary General, ISIL, New Delhi. Honorable Professor Ms. Nirella, Professor of Law, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. Honorable Advocate Peter Omari, Supervising Attorney at Mid-Minnesota, USA. As Chairperson, Advocate Shri J.K. Wasadikar Sir, President of Marathwada Legal and General Education Society. And to hear them all, I am just as excited as you are. So let's dive in. I request our principal, Dr. C.M. Rao sir, to give the welcome address.
On behalf of the MLG family, management, staff, students, I welcome you all for the two-day virtual international conference on status of human rights during COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic make all the people together in one way, family together, and certain times we are going to feel inconvenience because of this pandemic. And it also shows inconvenience to the families and members of the society, but at the same time, there are some people who come forward to help the people in the society wherever there is a problem for distress among the people. And I take this opportunity to welcome all the dignitaries, Professor M. Koteswar Rao, Nirella Madam, and Peter Omri, and other dignitaries, and my Society President Advocate J.K. Wasdekar, and my colleagues for this two-day online international conference, and request you all to enrich your knowledge, all the participants to enrich your knowledge by way of their thoughts and experience in this particular pandemic period. Thank you one and all.
Thank you so much, dear Principal Sir. Now, since we have read the brochure, we have been excited to dive into our theme. I request our IQAC and this international conference coordinator, Dr. Aparna Kotapalle, to introduce the theme of this conference.
Good morning, everyone. I feel pleased and even proud, privileged to introduce you with this particular event of online international conference on the status of human rights during COVID-19 pandemic. Actually, this conference is nothing but a dream come true for MP Law College, because this is for the first time our college is organizing the international conference. And through this online platform, it has really come true. This particular COVID-19 has given the adverse impact all over the globe. All the human fraternity have got the adverse impact, due to which we had decided to why not to have a discourse on various dimensions of human rights during COVID-19 pandemic. Actually, each year, a research club and legal research center of our college, we organize one or the other event on the Human Rights Day, and it is 10th year. So since last 10 years, we are organizing various seminars, conferences, activities, so as to sensitize youth, so as to have a discourse due to which certain kind of policies can be framed, or they can be molded if needed. This particular online international conference consists of various 7 sub-themes. May it be the national international perspectives, may it be increasing violence against women during this particular time, then elderly persons' physical and mental health, migrant workers' issues, right to education, and lot many. And we have divided all those sub-themes categorically in 6 sessions, and 1 session, that is even in the valedictory, we have an intellectual feast, wherein Honorable Dr. Sudhir Gamhane sir, he would be enlightening us on the issue of status of higher education during the pandemic situation. We have got the resource persons of international repute. May it be Virendra Pal Singh, may it be Rajendra Anbule, advocate, Dash, Professor Ashtiputre Sisode, Jwala Prasad Pachauri, and even IAS officer, Shrimati Varsha Thakur ma'am. She has given the consent to guide us to have a discourse on this particular various sub things, that is disaster management, the challenges before the corona warriors, and she would be dealing with that particular issue. I consider that during this particular 2 days event, mind-blowing and galvanizing sessions will you all will enjoy. There are almost 1,300 and more participants who have got registered for this, and I feel very privileged even for that, that not only from all the corners of a nation, but all over the globe, people have joined for this particular event. We will enjoy this. But before stopping, or rather giving full stop to my small speech, I need to communicate one additional information to you. And along with this particular international conference brochure, we also had invited for the research articles to be published in a separate book. It is not a proceeding, it is a separate book to be published with ISBN. And further, I feel very happy to communicate it to you that we have got very nice, enriching, and scholarly articles from all the corners of nations, from the academicians, from advocates, from those who are actually working as a task force in the COVID-19 pandemic. There were total 43 articles that we had received, out of which our screening committee has selected 31 articles. Further, it is Honorable Professor Dr. KVS Sharma sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor of MNLU, who has consented to give forward for this book. It is the whole process of publication will complete very soon, though we intended to publish it in today's ceremony. Due to some technical difficulties, we could not, but I assure you on behalf of MP Law College that before 2020 ends, we will be getting this publication in our hands. I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to introduce this event. Thank you, one and all. Over to Lokesh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kotapalle. I cannot believe it's been 10 years we have been doing this, and the pandemic is not enough to stop us. Yes, with the theme and with the excitement, we are starting the beginning. I request the co-convener of the co-coordinator of this conference, Dr. Anju Singh ma'am, to introduce the chief guest of the inaugural session, Mr. M. Koteswara Rao. Dr. Anju Singh ma'am.
Thank you, Lokesh. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. M. Koteswara Rao of this inaugural session. Sir is currently the Secretary General of Indian Society of International Law based in New Delhi and Chairman of Indian National Association of Legal Professionals Advisory Council, New Delhi. Sir was a legal consultant at the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. He has a vast experience of 26 years working on international law, trade, investment law matters as a former legal advisor at the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. He was the former First Secretary and legal advisor at the Permanent Mission of India to the World Trade Organization's Geneva, former consular and legal advisor at the Permanent Mission of India to the United Nations, New York, and former legal advisor at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Government of Seychelles. He has an experience of negotiating investment treaties and free trade agreement for India with countries like Canada, US, Mexico, Sweden, South Africa, with China, Mauritius, South African Customs Union, Japan, Chile, and many others. He has chaired and participated in sessions of UN compensation commissions, United Nations commissions on international trade law, etc. He has also prepared and drafted World Trade Organization dispute settlement amendments proposals and has appeared before World Trade Organization dispute settlement panels and appellate body on anti-dumping. We are honored and glad to have such an eminent personality amongst us. Thank you so much. Over to Lokesh.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anju Singh. I now request our chief guest, Mr. M. Koteswara Rao, for his address.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. I profoundly thank Manik Chand Pahade Law College, Aurangabad, the principal, Professor C.M. Rao Garu, C.M. Rao ji, and all others. And I deem it is a privilege to participate in this two-day, the status of human rights during the COVID pandemic inaugural session. And of course, at a short notice, I have prepared. I know today is the most important day for the whole world. Today, 10th December, this was a day 72 years ago, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was unveiled. And it mostly goes in the name of Eleanor Roosevelt, the then wife of the president of the then president of the United States of America's wife. I think many of us or some of the Indians may not know, out of 5 persons who contributed to the preparation of the Universal Declaration, is one of the Indians is there. Her name is Hansa Jivraj Mehta. She was from India. She is one of the 5 persons who contributed in the preparation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. You all know the Universal Declaration, though it's not legally binding, yet it's very often referred in the courts, in the judiciary, and even the documents, many documents. And 24 hours before, one day before, on 9th December, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the Genocide Convention. On 9th December, it was Genocide Convention was adopted. On 10th December, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly. They are very important documents for the world, whole world. As you know, the United Nations emerged out of the Second World War. The Second World War had seen untold misery. Millions of people died. 6 millions of Jews were massacred, put to the gas chambers in Germany and other places, Hungary and other places. And it is still, in any war, the genocide has prohibited the convention prohibited genocide. It's a crime. However, genocide still continues. And now, after one day, the Universal Declaration was adopted. The United Nations, the very objective of the United Nations was to prevent the wars, to save the succeeding generation from the war. And also, the another most important, after seeing so much of violence and violations of human rights, is also to promote human rights and inclusivity living together of all the ethnic groups, all the religions. With that objective, it was adopted. Subsequently, the human rights edifice was built by the United Nations. After that, we have all seen, you must be knowing, the Convention Against the Elimination of All Discrimination, Convention Against Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, Child Convention, and of all most important was ICCR, International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, International Covenant on Social, Economic, and Cultural Rights. They were adopted in 1966. The subsequent conventions were more or less elaboration, expansion of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And mostly the mechanism works in the Geneva, and in 2006, the committee, Human Rights Committee has become a council, and the issue of universal periodical reporting has been introduced. And of course, India has, every country, every 4 years, every country gets the turn to submit the human rights situation in its territory, and every other country has a right to ask questions, seek clarifications, and criticize. So now I will focus right now, with this background, I will focus right now on the treaty bodies. There are several treaties, as I mentioned, the Child Convention, Convention Against Torture. Of course, Convention Against Torture, we are not party, India is not a party, but we are party to almost all the conventions except Torture Convention, and also the disappearance of enforced disappearance conventions. And most important of all, ICCPR, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. It has issued until now, the committee, the consisting of experts, it's called treaty body, committee issued 37 general comments on right to life, right against torture, so many other important issues, the freedom of press also, freedom of opinion. And recently, during the COVID pandemic, as in India, we all know that March and 25th of March was a lockdown started, and in Delhi it is continuing. It's Delhi. I don't know about the Maharashtra. Also, we hear the pandemic situation is continuing. During this pandemic, it's very important to note the Human Rights Committee had adopted General Comment 37. The General Comment 37 talks about the right of people. It's about the Article 21 of the ICCPR. For the shortcut, I am talking about instead of saying International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, I would say ICCR. I hope you would understand, you would follow me. Article 21 lays down the right of persons to assemble, to demonstrate for the fulfillment of their rights. This article, for the first time, was elaborated by the committee. Of course, the special rapporteur, the main drafter, is a legal law professor from South Africa, Christoph Hein. He was at Pretoria University of Pretoria, the law professor. He and others, almost for 2 years, they worked on this on the general comment. It's about 44, 45, document was produced, and this was adopted by the Human Rights Committee in July 2020, this year. And after 1 week also, the report was released. The most important thing to be noted for the COVID pandemic is, at the time of adoption of ICCPR, the new technology was not developed in 1916. The new technology, a facial recognition technology, and shutting down of the internet. Now we are also meeting on internet, online meeting. Similarly, they also met on the internet, online meeting they conducted. Now the online meetings are the only way we could meet, interact, and express our views. the expansion of the right, I mean, we can't say it's an expansion. The existing right has been interpreted by the committee in such a manner that it had adapted to the new situation, the new technological situation, new social situation. What the commission, the general comment says is, it's a right. It's a right of people to, as you all know, right now, Delhi, on four corners of the Delhi, the farmers are agitating. They came in, thousands of farmers came. They are all there for the last few days. They have been agitating. The issue is whether during pandemic do they have right or not? Because most of the countries are putting restrictions on that. Oh, okay. I was told that for 10 minutes or 15 minutes, maybe I will speak. Okay. Most of the countries are putting, apart from lockdown, putting restrictions on the gatherings, number of people. And also, it's a while it's an individual right, it's a duty of duty of the state government, duty of the states and authorities to facilitate these gatherings. They can put restrictions. It's not the question of reasonable restrictions. Here, the twist is, we all know as a common lawyers, reasonable restrictions can be put by the state. Here, the general comment says it's not the reasonability. It's a question of, is it necessary? The governments or authorities have to think, is it necessary for the health, human health, for the public order, or is it going to violate the rights of others? Necessity, and also at the same time, the measures taken by them should meet the test of proportionality. These are the two tests which laid down. It's not the mere reasonability. And government role is to facilitate. There is no presumption about the violence. There is a presumption, the governments are supposed to presume the gatherings, the assembly is peaceful. Only it is proved otherwise, then only they can take reasonable restrictions. And now, using the new technology, many governments, whether it's in China, and there are 37 countries where the demonstration took place for the last 1 year or so, people are agitating. India is also one of the countries. It was identified by uh, the, the intellectuals, who are monitoring all these things. India is also shutting down the network, because network is the only way, means sometimes people meet, and shutting down network is not permissible. It is permissible only when it is necessary. It's a, it is the onus on part of the government to prove that it is necessary, then they shut down them. So we have seen some of the districts, the administrations resort to the shutting down uh, the network, so that they cannot meet. So another thing, the China, in the case of Hong Kong, adopted the facial recognition. The facial recognition also, they said it is prohibited. You cannot use this facial recognition and detain the people and put restrictions subsequent to that, the catering. So this is most important to me, is the most important development. Uh, the Article 21 has been interpreted in such a manner so as to be suitable to the present existing the situation, the COVID situation. I don't know to what extent the governments are going to, all the governments and authorities are going to implement this. It's not legally binding as such. The general comments is not legally binding. However, the governments, is a question of, is a kind of moral responsibility on part of the government, or at least show the difference to the reasons given, the issues raised by the general comment, which was by all the legal experts, the well learned people, and also adopted by the commission, the committee, human rights committee. So this is very, I mean, I suggest that this is one of the important issues. Perhaps the MP Law College and the research papers could be taken up. And I think the 15 minutes or so, whatever is given to me, it's exhausted. So Again, once again, I'm very thankful to the organizers, Professor C.M. Raoji and others, and for inviting me to share my views on this important issue. On this, especially on the auspicious day of 10th December, which is a Human Rights Day. Wish you all a happy Human Rights Day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rao. It was a very informative speech. And though we have come a long way in the journey of human rights, we still have a long way to go. Thank you once again. Progressing with this inaugural session, let me introduce you to Honorable Professor Nirella. She is a professor of law and criminal justice, Department of Public and International Law, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. A member and leader at many national and international committees, academic societies, a founder member of prestigious societies, attorney at law, resource person, head of department, deputy director, academic warden, student counselor, and so many affiliations that simply would overwhelm any person going through her CV. She has a Bachelor of Laws and Master of Philosophy in Law and Criminal Justice, both from University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. Ms. Nirella has penned 3 books and co-authored one in addition to a sum of book chapters, web documents, and journal articles worthy of rendering anyone speechless. She has contributed meritoriously in a prodigious number of national and international conferences, has contributed to a couple of student journals and in social activities related to human rights. Amongst her many awards and grants stands out the title Deshabandhu, a national honor conferred at the hands of His Excellency, the President of Sri Lanka. This is an award conferred to recognize distinguished service of national meritorious nature to the nation. It is truly exciting to have an individual of her distinction with us today. I request Honorable Professor Nirella to give the inaugural address.
Am I audible to everybody? Hello?
Ma'am, you're audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, right. Okay, give me a minute to, get it. So, one minute to, see the name of this thing and all, right? Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jeevani Nirella. Today, in 1948, if you take the same date, it marked the history, and it gave us everybody to the opportunity until that, the world's end, not to celebrate this day, to talk about what sort of the sufferings, the human rights violations are faced by the normal the people in the world. So today we gather here to discuss the different dimensions of the human rights under the title of Status of Human Rights During COVID Period. So it is organized by this prestigious, the university, the college, and this organizing committee, the principal, Honorable Sir, you all invited me to just to share some of the thoughts that I have as an academic, and just to, have a thirst to read and get a lot of, just say, the knowledge, right, to have some, share some thoughts with you. So at the outset, I want to extend my sincere appreciation to everybody who invited me, including the principal, to, share my thoughts in this regard. Now, the first speaker talked about the history of the human rights, especially the treaty conventions and the international treaty law, how that has been evolved until to date. So then if you just look back, we can see we had, though we had the war situation and we had, the different times, different types of the issues, the diseases, this era, in the sense, started from 12th March up to date. It's totally a different era, which is now we known as the COVID-19 pandemic. It's totally a different era, unlike the other, because as you really look at, scrutinize in in-depth way, you can see that to our feelings, there are lots of the human rights violations are taken place, but on the other hand, we are unable to, minimize, and we are unable to actually prevent that. So if you take the international treaty laws, which actually focus on the basic human rights of the people, as the previous speaker said, UDHR is the historic, the Magna Carta of the human rights discourse or the human rights area. So then next to that, as he very clearly said, ICCPR and ICESR are the two other main pillars which we can really see that the human rights, that the concept is actually the whole. Next to that, we can see there are so many other international conventions have been time to time adopted by the UN, and many countries like India, Sri Lanka, and so many other countries, according to the willingness of the politics, actually the governing, the ruling parties, that you can see they got the membership of the different the conventions. So among them, I want to make one, pay your kind attention on one particular international convention, that is Rome Statute, where neither India nor Sri Lanka a member country. If you take International Human Child Right Convention, America is not a party to that. So it shows that the ruling party or the countries, the international politics, whether they would like to be a member country to that particular convention or not. So, however, now this particular era, my dear friends, today, the world actually is facing an unprecedented crisis. It's unprecedented crisis because no one has, expected that. We had all our own different plans, but all of a sudden we had to stop it because of this crisis. And at this center, to me, it is the global public health emergency, which has been not seen for 100 years, if I am correct, but it is requires our response as one world. So I see, though we had the different ideas in relation to the different the conventions and the different situation, this is the very first time I have seen, or everybody have seen, the whole world got together and getting together, will get together, to think as one to how to respond it. So our response to this crisis cannot equate with our response to any other issue. Our response is to protect ourselves from this microorganism which has been successfully imprisoned everybody to home and make us to engage in our work with social distancing and almost to transform our on-site day-to-day routine work to online. All these pose serious challenges to our basic rights. The COVID pandemic situation has been made the world uncertain by depriving our right to life and many other human rights, which were guaranteed by many treaties, as I said earlier, adopted by the UN at time to time. However, it is an issue as to whether the existing human rights principles, the norms are really adequate to protect all the human beings from this global health issue. A civilized human beings as civilized human beings, we each and everyone have an obligation to ensure everyone is protected and included in the response to this crisis without even a single person kept behind or discriminated. Now, at the national level, many states authorities are having to deploy or employ a startup mechanism, resources, combating the spread of this disease and to protect lives in their countries. Decisions are being made at speed, and even though well intended, some can eventually, rather, we say that unintentionally, have adverse consequences. I would like to take one example, that is after a person is died, there is a big issue in Sri Lanka whether that person is to be buried or to cremated. So Sri Lanka, just colloquially we say that it is the majority is the Sinhala Buddhist people. So they say that there is no harm about that because they can't really feel what is the pulse of the other communities. But I think you may understand there are some other communities, because of their beliefs, so they think that burial is the best according to their religion. So now there is a big issue in the country, in our Sri Lanka. I think that other countries also you have whether the burial or bury the dead body, even that the corona infected person or not, whether it is the rule has taken to bury not to bury the people, whether it is affected the human rights of the different communities. So countries like Sri Lanka, maybe India, right, and especially Singapore and other countries, you can see that we are a multicultural society. So then, because of this, there are other different situation. The state, the rules that they have passed by the state actually violate some of the rights of the people. So as I said, human rights provide a good guidance to all the states on how they should exercise their power for the benefit of the people, but not harm or violation the other people's right. So though it is difficult, that is the basic threshold. In the current crisis, human rights the human rights law or the human rights, the concept actually can stake to organize their response measures and maximize the effectiveness in combating the disease and minimize the negative consequences. Human rights law recognizes that international emergencies may require limits to be placed on the exercise of certain human rights. The scale and severity of COVID-19 reaches a level where restrictions are justified on public health grounds. It is not to justify what the state sitting behind the human rights. It is to assure human rights as a guide to strength and the state activities in more robust and welfare and humanized manner to be benefited by each and every individual in the state. So therefore, no doubt, the human rights are at the front line at this fight against COVID-19. So what are the main aspects that we have to look at in response process when we fight against the particular virus? So I would like to, given this very little time, I would like to draw your kind of attention on three basic human rights which have been been guaranteed by the UDHR and ICCPR, as well as the International Convention on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. So the first one is right to life and duty to protect life of people. So we are combating COVID-19 to protect the lives of human beings. So evoking the right to life reminds us all the states have a duty to protect human life, including by addressing the general conditions in society that give rise to direct threats to life. States are making the extraordinary effort to do this, and it must remain the primary focus. It is irrespective whether they are member of the relevant the convention or that the instrument. no matter even they are a member of the UN. Why I say? Because it is a fight against a microorganism, which is, there is no choice done by this microorganism to be, it's, give this infection. So then therefore, if you say that, different countries in their constitution, it is included to, the right to life as one of the fundamental rights. So then if you take Sri Lanka, though we are member country to many of the international conventions, including this ICCPR and all the ESCER. So then unfortunately, we don't have the constitution provision relating to right to life. But if I pay your kind attention, there are two very good decisions the Supreme Court has given. One is a Pavala case. It is very famous case relating to environmental law. The other one is relating to unauthorized arrest and the arbitrary the detention. That is Singarasa versus the state. The Supreme Court clearly said that if something is really affected to the basic rights of the people, right of a people, no matter whether it is accepted or guaranteed in the constitution, since the country is a welfare country, should be respected all the rights which are enshrined in UDHR, though it does not have any enforceable mechanism to enforcement the force. Therefore, we can take that and see and interpret in that way, though any state, if they do not have any the article which is included into their constitution, yes, today whatever the decision is taken by any state, it should be actually protect to the life of the people. There is no any other thing at the peak level. The peak is to protect the rights of the people. So then therefore sometimes you can say that yes, when you take that it is a big the issue, then whether we can treat people accordingly when it comes to the protection of this the right to life. So then the right to life in today's scenario, it is actually has a strong interconnection to the right to health and access to health care. So I can, when I just say my the few thoughts in relation to that, you can see Sri Lanka as well as some other countries where you can see the discrimination for the had the discriminatory treatments given by the state to the different the communities. The right to health is inherent to the right to life, as I said. COVID-19 is testing to limit states' ability to protect the right to health. Every human being is entitled to the enjoyment of highest attainable standard of human conducive to life to right, the living of as the human being. Historically, you can see that the investment of health system have been weakened. The ability to respond this pandemic as well as provide other essential health services. COVID-19 is also showing that universal health coverage, we call that UHC, must become an imperative. Those states with strong and resilient healthcare systems as better equipped to respond to crisis in dignity. Everyone, regardless their social or economic status, should have access to health care they need. Universal affordable health care may assist with combating the pandemic by ensuring access for everyone without discrimination. To basic measures, the contain of the spread of this, contain the spread of the virus. This includes testing, special care of the most vulnerable, intensive care for those who need the vaccination when available, and regardless the ability to pay, In response to this pandemic, the countries have extended health cover to everyone in their country. Others have reached agreement with private sector health providers to make their facilities available to the pandemic response. So if you take this, you can see, if you take my country, so then the government is trying their level best to provide all the health care, taking the forces and having the connection between the health, the ministry and the defense ministry. However, we don't have the resource, and the World Health Organization also does not have provide the resources and money and other things to the countries. Therefore, what would happen? So then the unprivileged, the people who are living in the rural areas are really suffering because they are unable to get the good food, and they are unable to get the proper health care because of this the pandemic period. So then as the states, each and every state should have some sort of policy how to look at this issue, and what kind of the policy and can be introduced to their state. So taking into consideration of the World Health Organization regulations. So then the next one, or the next right that I want to draw your kind of attention, that is the third main the right, that is freedom of movement. Now, controlling the virus, the protecting the right to life means breaking the chain of infection. People must stop moving and interacting with each other. The most common public health measure taken by the states agencies actually against COVID-19 has been restricting freedom of movement, the lockdown or stay at home instruction. This measure is a practical and necessary methods to stop virus transmission, prevent healthcare service becoming overwhelmed, and thus save lives. However, the impact of lockdown on jobs, livelihood, access to service, including healthcare, food, water, education, and social services, safety at home, adequate adequate of movement is a crucial right that facilitates the enjoyment of many other rights. While international law permits certain restrictions on freedom of movement, including for reasons for security and national emergency like health emergencies, restriction for free movement should be strictly necessary for that purpose, proportionate to non-discriminatory. In addition, I would like to state here that, the negative consequences of the lockdown in relation to freedom of movement, there are some riots actually occurred in Sri Lankan prison. I think many of you might have seen that due to the unrest of, the lockdown of the other places, because the family members did not, allow to come and visit them, especially the remandees. So what happened was, then because of the unrest, 5 or 6 people actually died because of the riot happened inside the prison. So then who is responsible for that? Who is going to take the responsibility of that? Whether it is the state or, the pandemic situation. So no one knows that. So however, I want to draw your attention to say that yes. So when you talk about the lockdown and ask the people to stay at home and do the things at home, so we have to consider a new policy where that we can implement to the different people, the different social stratas, the different the segments, especially the prisoners, the elders, the children, and all. So, but to adhere to the basic human rights. So therefore, actually, I also was invited to give some sort of my ideas. So then I suggested whatever said done. So we had to use the online facility, and we have to make these people to have some sort of the relationship to be we have to permit these people to have the relationship between these actually communication with their the home people, because as you are aware, the presumption of innocence is, accepted by each and every government. So in their constitution, these remandees are not actually convicted people. Therefore, so then we have to consider how to treat their, look at the basic human rights. So then each and every the state, when they take the policies, then they take the mechanisms, when they take the strategies, when they implement all these things in the fighting, combating of this virus, we have to look at the different people who are at the different level, and because of some of their maybe their behavior, or purposely they have engaged in, or they have engaged in without their knowledge. So in addition to that, I will take only 5 minutes to just to you draw your attention to some other areas where the human rights is highly involving in relation to some of the issues. Now, as you see that we are forced to do everything now at home. Therefore, unlike the earlier, now we have to use online. There is no other option. So then the teaching is called that blended learning, and all the shopping say that online purchasing, and that we say that even all the access to justice also now we are doing online. So what would happen? So when, as long as we use this online, so then the crime syndicates are all, yes, they are also the people. So then what it would happen? The cybercrime rate is also going up. So Sri Lanka, I'm taking my country, we are suffering that. So it was said that the domestic violence and child abuse through online has escalated drastically. Therefore, then we have to have new policy how to look at it. But the thing is, actually, we don't have the enforcement mechanism sometimes because of the unconventional nature of this particular the crime. Therefore, I suggested in one of my articles very recently I completed, like Rome Statute, we have to have a different the international treaty. I invite you everybody to think of it, international treaty which have to consider at least when the people who involved in to bring to the justice, and actually to punish, right, like Rome Statute and genocide and other the international the treaty law which actually come through the punitive perspective. And the next one, the one I want to draw your attention, that is the increase of domestic violence. Though we have the CEDAW, the International Child Rights Convention. Sri Lanka is a member country, but the issue is actually in relation to domestic violence during this lockdown period. The perpetrator is also a victim of the situation. Right, so that is one of the reason, the aspects that we have to look at it. It does not justify that person's the let's say that unacceptable behavior, that more or less you can consider that as a crime. So then hurting, harming, and doing all that the offensive activities against the home members. So then what sort of the strategy, what sort of helpful mechanism that the states are now having in order to look at this issue. We are talking about the human rights, but if you are talking about escalation of the domestic violence, then at the same time we have to look at that how we can overcome in having new strategy in this pandemic lockdown situation. This is a new thing that even a good area to research all young people to come with new ideas to suggest. Irrespective the countries. So then commonly to all the countries to look at it. Because when we talking about the victim protection, the situation, we don't have the international treaty which has have the enforce the mechanism. We have only a declaration. It is the kind of guidance. So therefore, I suggest Now it is the time to have not a declaration. We have to convert this declaration to the conventional situation. Then it is, and the path is open to the government to be a member country to that particular the convention, and then take some of the measures to protect all the victims who are victimized by this situation, which I want to just pay your attention. Benjamin Mendelssohn, who is the father of victimology, as he said that very correctly, the crime victimization is not only a way of victimization. There are so many others. Now we are facing another one, that is, we are with the victimized of the disease, and victimization of though we have to blame each other, the countries and so on and so forth, but it is a microorganism is the central point. Therefore, the next idea that is I'm posing to you to consider, to have a new convention for the victim protection in addition to the witness protection. This is victim protection. So this is I emphasize. Now, lastly, I want to draw your kind attention. That is when we are talking about the environmental protection, the food security, and all other things are included into, and the education. So now we have some treaties in relation to that, the Kyoto Protocol and all these things we have. But however, when we are talking about, once again, right, when we are talking about this pandemic situation, how that the implementation of all these the rights which are enshrined in the treaties are an issue, because all these are the conventions are actually talking about the unconventional type of the activities, or let's say that crimes. Therefore, so then we have to look at, once again, give that sort of strengthen to the international human rights law, to in a more enforceable way to look at. Then it is actually a part of this pandemic situation, protect the environment, right? So then the access to the education. Now, and India and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is a very small country. It is, India is bigger than 6 times of Sri Lanka. Sorry, 60 times of Sri Lanka. And you are the second highest of population, and you are second only to the China. And we all are in Asia, right? So Asia is the highest dense of population. Then what we can see, now we are saying that, to increase more and more the online teaching and all. So then are we really considering the Child Right Convention? So how many children are, left behind access to this the online education? In my country, in my university, my own students, there are many students who do not have the required signal, who do not have the required the equipment, and to engage in this the online teaching. Therefore, then the education wise, I had the opportunity to deal just to post some of my thoughts to the Indian the national education policy. And I felt that blended learning, I suggested, yes, blended learning is a must, but blended learning does not means more 70 to 80 to 90% for the online teaching using the modern technology. If the government cannot provide that the facility, because it is depriving the access to education, not access to justice, it is access to the education. So then Sri Lanka, we were unable to have because of this reason, Sri Lanka is now struggling to have their O-levels examination. That I don't know how to say it in the countries. That is the first national examination that we are having. So because of this reason, therefore, I think that now this is the time that you have. Yes, if you do the online, how we can introduce the other the different the blended learning mechanisms in order to protect the right to education of each and every child without letting behind even a single student. So then these are some of the thoughts that I want to share with you. Then in one hand, we see that the international law, the human rights law also not actually at the required level. We have to newly think and we have to come with our new ideas how to develop and how to change, I mean, not change really, develop the international relevant treaty laws, as well as then by actually adopting these international conventions, or let's say in the protocol base that, you know, some supplementaries, the governments also, the states also be a part to that and can change their strategies, the policies, then the laws and the mechanisms in order to protect all the basic rights of the people. Number one, right to life. Number two, freedom of movement. Number three, right to health. Uh, and as at the highest level or the peak level during this type of the crisis. So thank you very much for patiently listening to me. I hope that I serve the purpose. And I am also today a victim of the power cut. So then yesterday, the whole night, I had to spend to charge all my the devices because of, you know, to participate in this conference. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. So I would like to share one of the articles, very recent one yesterday I published, that is, you know, right to bail, talking about, you know, relation to freedom of movement. Having said that, and blessing you and, you know, congratulating you to this, the conference to be a very successful one. And once again, thank you very much and God bless you. Stay safe and, you know, and wholeheartedly, I bless you for all your future endeavors, all the participants. Thank you very much and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Professor Jiva Nirella. For an inaugural address, all the aspects we have covered, I think we have had a very amazing start by through your inaugural address. To proceed with this session, I'm really excited for this one. Let me introduce you to Honorable Advocate Peter Omari. He's the chairman of the Planning Commission, City of Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, and supervising attorney at Mid-Minnesota Legal Aid, Minneapolis. He's a Bachelor of Science, Microbiology, Chemistry, and Zoology. He has a Bachelor of General Laws and Bachelor of Laws from our very own Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, a Master of Laws and Juris Doctor from Michelle Hamlin School of Law, St. Paul. Currently, he is also involved as the Secretary at Nyari Bari United Organization, Hopkins. He's an elder, Chair of Religious Liberty, Immigrant Advisory Committee, and member of Prison Ministry at the Mountain Experience SDA Church, New Brighton. Secretary at Shawnee Welfare Association, and Chair of the Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University's Alumni Association at Kenya. For someone who has been associated to the same university that we have and has achieved the heights as such at international stage, we are motivated and excited to hear from our speaker now, Honorable Advocate Peter Omari. I request him to give the keynote address.
Thank you so much. To start with, I want to appreciate the team at MP Law College that thought it wise to invite all of us and people that took time to log in to listen to what we have to share on this very important day, the status of human rights during the COVID-19 pandemic. Dr. Kota Pale, the convener, Dr. Singh, the co-convener, Professor Mori, the vice principal, Dr. Rao, the principal, the staff, faculty, management of MP Law College. From the bottom of my heart, I want to appreciate and thank you for the good job that you do. To all that logged in from wherever you are where you're social distancing, I want to tell you that we do value your time, we value your rights, and we do value your life. Let us continue being human and value others that are around us. To the faculty of MP Law College, another very special thank you for the skill that you use in guiding, training, and imparting into the young and seasoned lawyers with zealous advocacy skills that many like myself are using in fighting against injustices and human rights infringement around the globe. I want to tell you that MP Law College is shining, especially in Kenya and in the United States. Now, on November, December of 2019, while traveling across the Indian subcontinent, a country that I call my second home, I had the privilege of visiting a number of colleges. I went to a medical law college. I went to MP Law College. I went to Maulana Azad College, but I want to tell you of something very special about MP Law College. It reminded me of the many wonderful memories that I had sitting at the law library, standing outside the courtyard, and spending time studying and laughing with many of my friends that I was with at law school. And these are memories that I'll live to treasure as long as I live. Worth mentioning, it was 27 years since I walked into a microbiology class in Maulana Azad College along Harsul Road. Then Dr. Aditi Bhattacharya, that I've seen in the meeting, will take me through the study of microorganisms, so small that are not visible with the naked eye. They are unicellular, meaning single-celled, multicellular, with a cell colony, or acellular, lacking cells. I will come to learn that microbiology encompasses numerous disciplines, including virology, bacteriology, parasitology, mycology, immunology, and parasitology. Upon my graduation, I decided to learn more on the interaction between the law and science. At law school, I will be challenged not to fundamentally shift my focus of the world from the microphase, but to add another small dimension broadly defined as the law. In 2019, while I was having the time of my life in India, enjoying company of many of my friends, eating street jalebi that I love a lot, eating pani puri, having some Hyderabadi biryani, hospitals in Wuhan province in China started seeing an influx of patients with breathing complications. The cause of the illness will later be identified as a virus and was named coronavirus disease 2019, in short, COVID-19. As we now know, COVID-19 will quickly spread around the world, leading to many deaths, lockdowns, cancellation of flights, elections, examinations, sports events, religious events, non-essential treatments, restricting travel, closing of schools, closing of cinema halls, closing of colleges, places of worship, factories, courts, supermarkets, creating mass migration of migrant workers, loss of employment. This list, as we all know, is endless. You know, sometimes we forget the small picture, that is, on what we as a people of this earth have agreed on as to what we consider as a human right. In the matter of Mehmet Hassan Altan versus Turkey, 94 and 210, under the respect of the rule of law and democratic principles in times of emergency, on the principle of legality, the court held for as follows: even in an emergency situation, the rule of law must prevail. On April 7th, 2020, the Secretary General of the Council of Europe sent a communique to all member states. The communique was entitled Respecting Democracy, Rule of Law, and Human Rights in the Framework of COVID-19 Sanitary Crisis. She stated as follows: while the virus is resulting in the tragic loss of life, we must nonetheless prevent it from destroying our way of life, our understanding of who we are, what we value, and the rights of which every European is entitled. there is an urgent need to coordinate states' responses, to exchange good practices, and to help each other in the quest for a quick recovery. Around the world, it is evident now that comparatively, the poor are disproportionately affected by COVID-19. In the United States, people of color, most of whom work in essential sectors of the economy, are disproportionately affected by COVID-19. There have been more infections and deaths among Black, Indigenous, people of color than among white people. Essential sectors of the economy where people of color predominantly work include factories, food delivery, transportation, healthcare, emergency response, law enforcement, cleaning, elevator service, taxi drivers, among others. Being in the front line in an essential service that did not shut down during the lockdowns, many had no option, nor the luxury to shelter in place while the virus wreaked havoc in their communities and families. Many poor people around the world live on a hand-to-mouth existence. They do not have any reserve or cushion when the hand stops working. In India, to be more specific, on the night of May 8, 2020, lockdown decisions and cancellation of all public transport that were made from Delhi will lead to the tragic death of 16 young people within Aurangabad district. They were aged between 20 and 35, right at the prime of their lives, full of dreams, just like you and me. They were on an 800-kilometer walk home from Jalna, Maharashtra to Madhya Pradesh. Later, we'll come to learn that the governments of Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh announced a 5 lakh for the families of each person that was deceased. Is this the value of a human being today? Will 5 lakh pay that precious life that was lost and the family that was disconnected on that fateful night? 17 days later, just 5 kilometers from my home, on May the 25th, George Floyd will be killed by a Minneapolis police officer before the watch of the entire world on suspicion that he had purchased a packet of cigarettes with a counterfeit $20 bill. As we know now, civil litigation is going on from that transaction, and criminal cases are due to start. Riots that followed the death of George Floyd, murder became the best super spreader of COVID-19. The rest, we'll leave it for history. My question to you today is, what are human rights? What do we consider to be a human right? Are human rights just mere words listed in constitutions of countries around the world without a force of law upon infringement? A human right, is it just a list of fancy statements put together by the rich and might without due care of the poor and the powerless? What are human rights? So I ask. The United States of America, the richest country in the world with superior infrastructure, resources, manpower, has seen more infections and deaths per capita than any other country in the globe. Some of the reasons are obvious. An example, yielding of people's common sense to stay alive to a president who lacks common sense. Number two, distrusting science, the science that Dr. Aditi Bhattacharya taught me in Maulana Azad. Number three, defying mask-wearing mandate and proudly preaching it across the globe. Number four, non-sanitizing, not using just a common alcohol that kills a bacteria, that kills a virus. Number five, speaking against social distancing, common sense, and many other examples. Now, Prior to COVID-19, poor people, the homeless, refugees, asylees, undocumented people, uninsured, incarcerated were there, and they're still with us. When we ask them to social distance and introduce lockdowns, they do not have the privilege to do that. The United States has no full set of human rights. What we have are systemic civil rights violations that have led to mass incarceration of people of color. By people of color, I mean anybody who does not have two parents that came from Europe. Anybody that doesn't have two parents that are white. So you become a person of color, including many people from the subcontinent. Now, most human rights violations, especially during the pandemic, have been because there are no social and economic rights in the United States. Some examples of social and economic rights are a right to healthcare, a right to food, right to a fair wage, a right to a pension, a right to housing, etc. This has majorly been due to the Cold War, which has marginalized the socio-economic debate and considered it socialist or anti-capitalist. The gross and systemic dismantling and ignoring of the social economic rights has led to for-profit healthcare systems, for-profit prisons, for-profit colleges, transport systems, as opposed to public systems and institutions that could have been meant for the common good. Now, my other previous speakers have talked of what I'm going to talk about next. The United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights. They've been adopted by many nations and incorporated into their constitutions around the world. The making, the interpretation, and enforcement of the basic human rights is dependent on a few things. One, on the value and interest and capacity that each nation has invested in its people and institutions. Enforcement of enumerated human rights has led to disparate outcomes depending on various reasons, namely, the people in power, protected interest, the right in question, the person's race, the person's caste, the person's religion, that person's affluency or non-affluency, gender, sexual orientation, nationality, citizenship, ethnicity, among others. Now, following the breakout of COVID-19, the following are some of the ways that human rights have been curtailed around the world. Let me start with the most important one, freedom of speech and expression. In China, the government of China enforced an early censorship to suppress information about COVID-19 and the dangers it posed to public health. China was criticized that the pandemic was allowed to spread for weeks before efforts were undertaken to contain the virus. We all know a young man, Dr. Li Wenliang, the Chinese doctor who alerted his colleagues about coronavirus. He was censored and then detained for spreading false rumors. He succumbed to the infection and later died. That is very touching, and we should all think twice when we go out to serve the world and the community wherever we are. The right to health. In Italy, due to a high volume of patient inflow into their hospitals, doctors were forced to decide on whether or not to treat elderly or to leave them to die. A photo of a nurse who collapsed due to huge workload in an Italian hospital was widely circulated as a symbol of an overwhelmed system. The most important right, among others, is the freedom of religion. Now, lockdown restrictions in certain countries imposed a limit of practitioners attending religious ceremonies. Now, in the United States, Since lockdown started, and amid the high infection and death rate, courts across the country have consistently sided with the state governors in limiting the number of people allowed in religious functions. But 14 days ago, on November the 26th, 2020, in the matter of the Roman Catholic Diocese of Brooklyn, New York, versus Andrew M. Cuomo, the governor of New York, that is 592 US 2020, with the new justice in the US Supreme Court, a 5-4 ruling for the church, the court held that no stricter restrictions can be placed on religious institutions than comparable secular institutions. Why will churches have a restriction on the number of people that can attend while people can walk around, go shopping, and go to games while churches have a limit? They won. Every decision that comes around in many of our courts is political. Because of politics, we got a new justice who tilted the balance without care on public health. At the same time, in certain countries, the authorities allowed the sound of Muslim calls for prayer to be heard from minarets during the month of Ramadan. In Australia, Poland, France, and a few European countries, the authorities imposed face covering as protective measure. Well, a few years ago, the same countries denied the right to cover the face by Muslim women who wish to do as part of their religious clothing. That is irony, how you can switch places really quickly when you're faced with a pandemic. Now, freedom from discrimination, racism and xenophobia. There have been increased reports of racism against Asian people, particularly against Asian people in Europe and the Americas. In China, Africans were assaulted and kicked out of their homes to the streets in the pretext that they brought COVID-19 to China. Thanks to social media, that now we can watch all these videos comfortably on our smartphones. Now, in the United States, on March 19, 2020, a Washington Post staff captured a photograph of a snapshot of President Donald Trump's speech notes in which he crossed the word coronavirus and replaced it with Chinese virus. Trump referred to coronavirus as Chinese virus in his speeches amidst growing protests of racism from different quarters. However, he stated that he does not believe his statements were racist because the virus originated in China. And he also stated that he was intending to counter the Chinese propaganda, which claimed that American soldiers originally brought the virus to China. Now, in India, a country that I call my second home, India has seen many cases of people from the northeast parts being called coronavirus because of their racial similarities with the people of China, the country where the pandemic originated. This is in the backdrop of existing problems of racism that people from these regions continue to face. Indian government's Minister of State for Minority Affairs, Kiren Rijiju, made a statement against the increasing instances of racist comments against the people of Northeast India. Now, in the United States, on June 30th of 2020, the article on the Wall Street Journal revealed that rates of hospitalization and death in America linked to COVID-19 have been observed to be higher for non-white groups, even after adjusting the factors such as age and geography. In a report released by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, studying COVID-19 hospitalization among American children, it was found that 40% of the studied hospitalized children were Hispanic and 33% were Black. The study concluded minority communities were more at risk due to systemic social inequalities, such as economic instability and insurance status. Now, freedom from unlawful arrest and detention of migrants and asylum seekers. Now, the United States is notorious in detaining people. It continues to hold migrants and asylees lawfully in detention centers across the country, constituting a violation of the 1951 Geneva Convention on Refugees. The separation of children from their parents, holding them in detention facilities, placing children in foster homes forcibly, summarily deporting parents of the children, leading to the government right now unable to trace and reunite more than 500 children countrywide. Freedom of movement, border control. Kenya, like many countries, commenced a mandatory 14-day quarantine for all international arrivals. Accommodation was in substandard living conditions in high school dormitories, while paying a hefty price equivalent to a 5-star hotel rates. That is terrible. Rights to privacy. Governments in many countries have been conducting mass surveillance in order to carry out tracing of the disease spread and its carriers. In Minnesota, my state, even right now, professional inmate visits are done through a very thick sealed glass divider or by a video link like the one we're using today, making it impossible to protect privileged attorney-client communication. In Aurangabad, gates were boarded up with iron sheets for 2 weeks to prevent homeowners from going outside, thus forced to quarantine without any provisions for basic necessities, among others. Now, people in prison are likely to be more vulnerable to the impacts of COVID-19. They are in closed conditions of detention that make social distancing virtually impossible. Many prisoners are currently living together in cells that are designed for one person. Prisoners are spending more time in their cells with no possibility of receiving a visit from the family. As of August 8, 2020, the US prison system had reached 1,000 COVID-19 cases. And the number will continue rising. I believe it must be double by now because they cannot safely social distance. You know, even as scientists work around the clock to come up with a safe and viable vaccine, now the new debate in the United States is whether employers should mandate vaccinations as a condition to continue employment or make vaccinations optional. We will wait and see how this will play in the courts. Now, ask yourself, as advocates, as attorneys, as community leaders, as students, practitioners in diverse fields, what can you do to make a difference? Because we know that human rights are infringed every day and more worse during COVID-19. My answer to you will be you cannot afford to sit back while human rights are violated by a few that are in power or wealthy. You have to speak up against human rights violations. You have to join others in filing public interest litigation. You have to show up at the polls and elect leaders that value human rights. You have to support schemes that support socio-economic human rights. You have to provide pro bono representation for the advocates in the forum. You have to create some time to represent the less privileged. You have to join legal aid organizations. They're only net that catches the have-nots. You have to support the public defender's office. You have to reach out to the poor, to the homeless, to the migrant workers, to the incarcerated, to the sick, to the jobless. They are all around us. Because I'm convinced that all human rights fights, they start and end with you and me. to conclude, is one man that I will not forget, that I've loved to read about, and I really treasure his words. The Emperor Ashoka of the Maurya dynasty, even after conquest and killing of so many people, he came back and valued life. And he stated, nothing is more important than life. And from now on, I'm going to preserve the life of any living being, including trees and animals, and human beings were put on top. And finally, there's a young man in the 12th century. His name was Li Yu-chu. This is a Chinese that was abducted by the Mongol Empire when the Mongols were trying to conquer the Qin Empire as they expanded. Biggest empire in the world that covered land from the Koreas all the way to Eastern Europe. When the Mongols had conquered the Qin Empire and they wanted to kill everybody, because the Mongols were good. They crushed their enemies with brute force. When they were ready to kill them, the young Chinese sent word to the emperor, and they told them that, one, you cannot rule an empire minus people. You need people, and you need live people. You cannot kill everybody, because the Mongols killed farmers, servants. They didn't care for land that was being tilled because they didn't care about farming. They will come to learn that you need to save not only artisans, metal workers, engineers, doctors, clerks, craftsmen, and women, but you need to save everybody for you to have an empire. So we have a duty to save life. And this was some of the beginning of the continuation of the right to life that we see in the conventions that we've talked about. So we need to stand up and save lives and protect human rights during and even post COVID-19. Thank you so much, and I do appreciate being with you today.
Wow. Thank you so much, Honorable Advocate Peter Romari. Sitting here listening to all of those has definitely made us think of many things, to reflect upon the status of human rights, how the world is going on, and that sitting and criticizing is not the only option. We need to stand up and take actions and help the ones who need it the most. In the words of John F. Kennedy, the rights of every man are diminished if the rights of one man is threatened. Thank you once again, and Honorable Advocate Peter Romari, for such an amazing keynote address. Thank you so much. I now request the chairperson, Advocate Shri J.K. Vasadikar sir, the President of Marathwada Legal and General Education Society, for the presidential address.
Thank you, Lokesh. Am I audible to all?
Yes, sir.
Distinguished guests for the inaugural session of this two-day conference organized by our MP Law College, the eminent resource persons for each and every session, our dynamic principal CM Rao sir, faculty members, ICAC coordinator, participants, and my dear friends. A very good morning to you all. On behalf of the society, I extend a very warm welcome to all the distinguished guests and all the participants, and look forward for a 2 days brainstorming session on the subject matter. At the very outset, I would like to congratulate the organizer for correlating the subject of human rights with COVID-19 pandemic situation by taking opportunity of Human Rights Day. Over the last 8 to 9 months, we have been experiencing lockdown and various phases of unlock 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. But one thing is sure, that during this pandemic situation, most of us have become techno-savvy and are well versed with every webinar, how to operate and all that. Originally, friends, we had planned for a very large scale seminar, a conference on these human rights, but the pandemic situation compelled our IQAC coordinator to have a virtual conference. Friends, our constitution has guaranteed every Indian citizen with basic human rights and fundamental rights by Part 3, Article 35 of the Constitution. Not to repeat all these articles, I would like to point out that the remarkable development in human rights has been the evolution of international multilateral treaty regime. Starting from the Tehran World Conference in 1968, several treaty bodies came into existence. In 1989, the Convention on Elimination of Discrimination Against Torture and Rights of the Child was held. At the time of Vienna Conference, as many as 168 states were parties to this treaty, and all of them started monitoring about this human rights. Well, friends, in the prevailing pandemic situation existing for more than 9 months, everybody has experienced the process, in the process of securing our own life, everybody has experienced a considerable violation of human rights. The labor classes were deprived of their bread and butter. Not only this, they were compelled to migrate to their native places. This was not an easy job, considering the countrywide lockdown position. And in the process, many of them have lost their lives. Many were put to starvation, and where remained the basic fundamental human rights. Was it a compelling situation? Similar is the case with senior citizens. Their basic right of access to health aid was violated. Many urgent surgical operations were cancelled, and for that some of us had to lose their lives also. Then coming to the working woman, especially I am talking about working women, because so far they used to handle their job responsibilities by attending the office. When they started working from home, they had to face multi-level responsibilities, right from cooking, looking after children, and as usual, the male members were simply passive observers of whatever efforts are taken by the working woman at home. And instances have occurred wherein violence has taken place on account of this pandemic. So I hope that in the next 2 days to come, we'll have a thorough discussion, and the resource persons will enlighten us on each and every aspect of the conference. Without taking much of your time, I wish a good luck to the conference. Thank you for calling me. Over to Lokesh.
Thank you so much, Advocate Sri J.K. Vasadikar, sir. It was truly beautiful to listen to you after a long gap of the pandemic. So I now request the co-coordinator for this conference, Dr. Anju Singh ma'am, to present the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Lokesh. Honorable dignitaries of the inaugural session, distinguished guests, respected chairperson, principal, vice principal, invitees, and attendees. It is my proud privilege to propose vote of thanks for the inaugural session. On behalf of Marathwada Legal and General Education Society's Manikchand Pahade Law College, I take this opportunity to express my deep sense of gratitude towards Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. M. Koteshwar Rao, for his esteemed presence and valuable guidance. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing the occasion. I extend my deep sense of gratitude towards Honorable Nirella Madam for her inaugural address. Thank you so much for enriching us. I extend my sincere thanks to Honorable Peter Omari for his keynote address. Sir, thank you so much for your valuable thoughts. I express my gratitude to respected President of Society, Advocate Sri J.K. Vasidikar sir for his presidential address. My thanks are due to respected Principal Dr. C.M. Rao for his welcome speech. I thank Dr. Aparna Kotapalle, convener of the conference, for introducing the event. I would like to thank all the honorable members of the society, invited guests, attendants for their valuable presence. I thank the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to propose vote of thanks. With the permission of Chair, I declare this inaugural session is over. Thank you so much. Over to Lokesh.
Thank you, ma'am. The attendees, our information on human rights have been refreshed and updated. We have been made to think about what is the value of human rights, what is the value of a human being in today's scenario, of you and of me. We are already, towards the end of the inaugural session, are feeling super motivated, nourished intellectually, motivated to do more and to absorb more information and thoughts on human rights. As a part of this conference, I can't wait for all the exciting sessions that we have power packed up. And believe me, they are amazing ones. This has just been the inaugural session. Why wait? We are beginning straight away with the first session. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned. To proceed with the first session, here's Ms. Rajeshwari Savde.
Thank you, Lokesh. Thank you all for joining us for the first session. Today, we have with us Dr. Virendra Pal Singh, sir, for the first session. Professor, Allahabad University, Uttar Pradesh, as our today's session's resource person. Sir will make us aware on globalization and national and international status of human rights during pandemic. Now, I request Dr. S.G. Sirsat, sir, faculty, MP Law College, to kindly introduce theme of our today's session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Rajeshri. Welcome to all the delegates and participants for this international conference. Now here, after a well starting as inaugural address given by Professor Jiva Nirella Madam, as well as Peter Umari sir and Sri Koteshwara Rao sir. Our beloved President of MLNG Society, Advocate J.K. Vasadikar sir, and the introduction made by our Dr. Professor Aparna Kotapalle Madam on this particular conference. Now we are going to start the first session of this particular seminar with the title Globalization and National and International Status of Human Rights During Pandemic. In any education system, I think nowhere it mentions how to fight with unknown enemy. But this COVID-19 teaches a lesson to everyone who is on the earth. A small microorganism, what he can do is experienced by the whole world. Now this COVID-19 has many parameters. I'm not going to deal the statistics of this COVID pandemic or how it affects on the human life, but as we have connected this particular aspect with human rights, it is mandate for us. Life is very precious and everybody's life is counted, and therefore all the stakeholders are required to take care. No doubt, while taking the care of everybody's life, I will make distinction between birth and life. Now, we have experience when this COVID takes place, when there are many casualties takes place, the hospitals closed. And when the hospitals closed, you will find there was a shortage of oxygen, there was a shortage of ventilators, there were no beds available for the patient, even doctors are also not treating the patient. So such kind of the thing we experience, not only the national level, but internationally. Secondly, we have experienced the lockdown. Now, this is also a very new concept for us, and the entire world had closed. All the communication sites were closed, and because of that, again, you will find how a one microorganism can cause a disaster in the world we experience. Now, just take the example of the death. If unfortunately a person is the victim of the COVID-19, then his death is certain. So how to cremate that person's body or burial problem is also takes place long. And here you will find nobody is ready. No his near and dears are permitted to go and to have that particular funeral ceremonies. So dear friend, all of walks of life, this pandemic brought various problems. Likely from the education, the students are not permitted to enter in the campus, the school, the teachers and the students, they have a big barrier. We are fortunate that we are having a good technologies, and because of good technologies, even by virtual we can interact with each other, we can meet with each other. So what about our right to education? What about our right to life? What about our right to freedom? These are the questions. During this pandemic, all these situations are get worse. Now here, we cannot take this particular challenge very innocently or very lightly. This challenge is forever. And for this, while administering the police machineries, you will find many casualties takes place. The police used the force just to not only for protect the lives of the people, but that time also you will find majority of the human rights violation takes place, as well as the many miscreants, they have taken the particular opportunity and many workers are thrown from their employment. And this caused a very disastrous because industrialization also closed, and because of that many people leave their employment. And not only that, they are compelled to leave that particular place and to go back to their home. At the same time, all the transportation were closed, the airports closed, and these peoples are compelled to go by walk by thousands of kilometers. And if this is the thing, then dear friend, this COVID has a its effect is very long, and we will have to face such situation how many days that we don't know. So with this particular introduction here, as our inaugural session, all our respected dignitaries has given all the conventions, the declarations, the history of the human rights. I thankful for them for making my job, making my task easy. And I will here conclude that here we cannot use this particular situation as excuse for human rights violation. With these words, I am thankful for the organizers who has given me this opportunity to introduce this theme as a globalization, national and international status of human rights during this pandemic. And I welcome Sri our Virendra Pal Singh ji for enlightening us on the issue which is very, very important nowadays. So thank you very much and welcome. Over to Lokesh Kansal.
Thank you, sir. It's my privilege to introduce our today's guest, Dr. Virendra Pal Singh, sir. Born in Meerut City in 1995, sir had started his career as a research assistant in UNESCO project in 1981 to 1982. Sir also works as an evaluator at IIM's New Delhi. Sir also works as a research associate at National Institute of Rural Development, Guwahati. Not only in Barkatullah University, but also in Assam University, Sir had done lecturership in sociology. Sir is having a tremendous research experiences in various projects, such as UNESCO project on rural-urban articulations in Meerut region of India, IMC study on communication and national development in the year 1981 to 1982. Sir has done research study on the impact of satellite TV on urban youth in Bhopal, and also done study on social background and patterns of using internet in Silchar town of Assam in the year 2005 and 2006. Moving towards the professional credentials, the journey continues by launching interdisciplinary research journal, that is Emerging Trends in Development Research, in 1994, and a Hindi periodical named Navrachna since June 2015. Sir's publication includes 3 books and more than 12 articles in national and international journals. Sir has also published a number of articles on various dimensions of globalization. Not only national, but Sir has international professional engagements also, wherein Sir has invited to present a paper entitled as Globalization and Transformation of Higher Education in India. We are very honored to have such an ocean of knowledge. Before Virendra Pal Singh sir share his findings with us, there are some instructions to be followed by all our attendees. This session is followed by a question answer round. Attendees who have any query or any question can text the questions in the question answer box on Zoom. Now, I request Dr. Virendra Pal Singh sir to enlighten us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman of the session and friends. This is my privilege to act as a resource person in this particular session. The title of my presentation is Globalization and Status of Human Rights During Pandemic, National and International Status. My presentation is divided into 4 parts. In the first part, I will clarify the concept of globalization. Second part deals with the concept of human rights. In the third part, I will discuss some conceptual issues related to globalization, democracy, and human rights. And lastly, I will deal with globalization, human rights during pandemic, national and international scenario. At the very outset, I would like to clarify the concept of globalization. Globalization, in fact, is most discussed topic everywhere in everyday life, in academics, in politics, and also at different forums. But from academic point of view, what is the concept of globalization? At the most general level, the globalization refers to a process of change which affects all regions of the world in a variety of sectors, including the economy, technology, politics, the media, culture, and the environment. One of the best definition of the term globalization came from David Held and his associates in 1999. And according to them, globalization may be thought initially as the widening, deepening, and speeding up of worldwide interconnectedness in all aspects of contemporary social life, from cultural to spiritual, and from financial to criminal. There is a general agreement among the scholars on the worldwide interconnectedness dimension of the globalization, but they differ from each other on other dimensions of the globalization. David Held classified the scholars on globalization into three broad categories, namely hyper globalizers, skeptics, and transformationalists. The hyper globalizers are those who believe that globalization represents a new epoch in human history, in which all types of relationships are integrated at the global level, transcending the nation state and making it increasingly irrelevant. Here, this particular set of scholars, they visualize globalization as the beginning of a new age, and assuming that age of modernity is over, particularly in the Western society. And they proposed that the modernity is now deconstructed. Then ever increasing cross-border flow of capital, commodities, people, and ideas are defining factor of this new age. They are further divided into two subcategories: positive hyper globalizers, mainly those who advocate for open global markets and believe that these will guarantee optimal economic growth and will, in long run, bring about improved living standards for everyone, and negative hyper globalizers who mainly are critical theorists and neo-Marxist thinkers who focus upon negative impacts of globalization in a critical manner and rejected the notion of globalization in its totality. Anti-globalization scholars can also be put in this category. So these are on the extreme side of negativity of the globalization in contrast to the positive hyper globalizers. The second category of scholars are skeptics who are focusing mainly on economic aspects of the globalization and argue that there is nothing new in this process, and this is international economic integration, and it is comparable to the period preceding to the First World War. So this is not a new thing, but it has happened in the past also, and particularly in the period preceding to the First World War. They generally prefer the term internationalization in place of globalization. They also argue that the role of nation state remains intact. There is a lot of debate on the nation state, a very important institution of the modernity, and all scholars have talked about the fate of the nation states. Some say that the nation states have become weak and political leaders have lost their credibility and they are not very effective in dealing with the forces of globalization, or they have surrendered to the forces of the globalization. The skeptics, they deny any relevance and they see it as an economic process, and they say that nation states are not affected much or not affected at all by the process of globalization. The third category of scholars are transformationalists who argue that globalization is the central driving force behind the major economic, cultural, social, and political changes that are affecting virtually all the world's people today. Globalization is seen as the overall consequences of the closed, interlinked processes of change in the areas of technology, economic activity, governance, communication, and so on. Or we can say in almost in every walk of life, we see the globalization is taking place. Development in all these areas are mutually reinforcing or reflexive. And some scholars also talked about the reflexive modernism or reflexive modernity, particularly when we talk of Ulrich Beck, he emphasized on this dimension. Anthony Giddens also talks of this reflexivity of the modernity, so that no clear distinction can be drawn between the cause and effect. This is another important thing, that there is a teleological explanation of the globalization, and it is argued that it is reflexivity, or it is we can say is reinforcing, that cause and effect cannot be identified. As in the science, the cause is precede the effect. So we can easily say that this is the cause and this is the effect. In time dimension, first cause will appear and then its effect will appear. But here in teleological explanation, we cannot say that which factor is cause and which factor is the effect. And effect become cause, and cause also is affected by what we have termed as effect. Or in very simple terms, we can explain it like that between hen and egg, which comes first. So we cannot say that the hen is produced from egg and then hen produced the egg. So this is called the teleological explanation in terms of the logic. So they say that it is very difficult to delineate the factors, cause and effect relationship about globalization. And that there is no clear distinction can be drawn between cause and effect. And they also say that it is ahistorical. It has no history. If we go back, maybe we can say late 70s, 80s, not before that, there is no history of globalization. And but there are some scholars who say no, there is a history, there are different phases. It is again a controversial topic among the scholars of globalization. But transformationists also have the position that it is ahistorical in nature. The transformationists regard contemporary patterns of the cross-border flows of trade, investment, migrants, cultural artifacts, environmental factors as without historical precedent. For that I have already explained. Such flows integrate virtually all countries into a larger global system and thus bring about major social transformation at all levels. This perspective on globalization now has become a dominant perspective in social sciences. Anthony Giddens, Manuel Castells, Zygmunt Bauman, David Held, Ulrich Beck, and many other social scientists adopted this approach in explaining the process of globalization. So, in nutshell, these are the characteristic features of the globalization. I'm not going in the detail. I just want to introduce about this. Now, second concept I have to deal in this presentation is the concept of human rights. Human rights are in varying degrees included in the national political constitution of a large number of countries. The United Nations has so far adopted around 50 human rights instruments, conventions, declarations, and proclamations. As many as 180 countries who have approved several of these instruments have UN and international obligations to honor, enforce, monitor, and implement those human rights, which they have agreed upon to honor in both letter and spirit. A UN study reports that at least half of the world's population has been suffering from violation of or deprivation of their human rights of one kind or another. It states that nearly 1.4 billion people are absolutely poor and another 1 billion people are marginally poor, beside colossal refugee problems, undernutrition, millions of victims of racism, and 200 million child laborers. The complaints for human rights violation have crossed 125,000 marks almost every year. There are three generations of human rights. The first generation of human rights was largely of negative character, as it had discouraged the state or the government from denying the political rights and freedom to the individuals. It was negative in character. But the second generation of human rights is essentially positive in character, as the state has been placed under one form of obligation or another, including the international obligation to provide for economic, social, and cultural rights to individuals. The third generation of human rights, however, constitutes the collective or group rights, like the right of environment, right to development, right to nations to self-determination, right to common heritage of mankind, among others. The contemporary human rights concern mainly covers all the above mentioned items. So the notion of human rights is again very wide in nature, like the concept of globalization. When we talk of globalization and human rights, both the concepts are very wide in scope, and I would like to conceptually relate these two processes. In the recent past, we have observed a tendency of increasing globalized political and economic institutions, as well as emerging trans-border communities. These processes are closely linked with the process of globalization and political institutions, and as a result of an increase in power and importance of the corporates. One of the basic questions arises out of these developments is how can people's rights to the fundamental conditions that make for an adequate standard of living be fulfilled? This is one question which arise out of the situation. Another issue is related to the increasing worldwide interconnectedness in all spheres of social life. Is there a way to retain cultural and social differentiation at
Hello.
So what happened?
Maybe there is some net connectivity with Dr. Pal sir. Let us wait for a while.
Sorry, there was some internet problem. These processes are closely linked with the process of globalization in economic and political institutions, and as a result of an increase in power and importance of the corporates. One of the basic questions arise out of these developments is how can people's rights to the fundamental condition that make for an adequate standard of living be fulfilled. Another issue is related to the increasing worldwide interconnectedness in all spheres of social life. Is there a way to retain cultural and social differentiation at the level of local communities while protecting against violation of human rights in the name of diversity of culture? I was here. It requires a revisit to the notions of democracy and human rights. In fact, situation is changing at a faster rate, and the notion of democracy in itself requires some modifications. And also, we have to revisit the notion of human rights as well. How far broader reaches of people can take part in global institutions like IMF, International Monetary Funds, and World Trade Organization, and what limits of such participation might be. It is not only related to a demand for a say in decision in local context, but also there are increasing discussions about democratic participation across regions, as in case of European Union. And we know that in European Union, now decision making is not just confined to just your country. You have to look into the situation of the whole region. And European Union has partially affected the sovereignty of the nations. And when they have also introduced a common currency that is called the euro, apart from their local currency. So it is that trans-border flows of trade, the people, the cultural artifacts, and many other things have affected the different regions. So there is how the border reaches of people. People are now, if you go in Europe, if you apply for visa, they will ask you which visa you want. And there is one visa that is called Schengen visa. And for that, you can you take a visa for one country, and then you can easily move to some other country. 24 countries visa you will get. And there is now borderless society. Europe is a now borderless society. You can easily walk from one country to another. The border you can cross very easily. You can, no one will ask you anything. They will not even ask to show your visa. You can just walk from Switzerland to France, and we did it. Nobody asked. They were sitting on the border, but they did not.
Dear participants, please wait, have some patience. As communicated by Dr. Singh sir, there is some net connectivity issue. So sir would be joining soon. Please wait.
Sorry, there was again problem in network. It is not only related to demand for greater say in decision in local context, but also there are increasing discussions about democratic participation across regions. As in case of European Union, about instituting democratic accommodation in supranational bodies that play an important role in steering the course of economic globalization. For example, IMF and WTO. IMF and WTO are not very democratic in their functioning. And about the possible uses of the internet and other technologies to facilitate democratic decision making. Internet and other communication technologies are playing a very important role in democratic participation and democratic decision making at different levels. Thus, the reach and meaning of human rights have to be more inherently more coherently and forcefully articulated, including the question of establishing a global rights structure to which people can appeal even against decision by their own country. So now it is not only that we have to protect human rights at the local level in local context, but there is a need, people are asking that we should have a global human rights body to protect the human rights of the people living in different parts of the globe. And if there is a violation of human rights, uh, not only people can approach the national bodies or local bodies, but also there should be an international or global structure, human rights structure, which can take action uh, for such situation. Very unfortunately or fortunately, I would not go in the value judgment, but you know that in recent the farmer movements, a statement from the Prime Minister of Canada came. This is was taken as a very negative way in India. That why a Prime Minister of other countries uh, raising the voice uh, against the government or supporting the cause of farmers. So I think that in era of globalization, because dissemination of information is worldwide and global, reactions may come from other countries. But when it comes from the head of a political head of a country, then it becomes a big controversy. So we see this type of things that internet and new communication technology are playing an important role in giving opinion about the violation of human rights also. In order to guide this globalization process, economic, political, and technological, as well as cultural and personal, in more humanistic and justice regarding ways that sort of theoretical framework can be applied. So what kind of theoretical framework can be applied to deal this kind of changing situation? This is a major issue, I think, when we talk of the globalization and human rights academically. At the conceptual level, we need an enlarged conception of democracy taken within a strengthened framework of human rights. So I think there is a need to take in a enlarged perspective on democracy as well as on human rights. It suggests changes both personal relations and at a more global level, not only an intensified realization of traditional political democracy operating with a limited set of rights protected by a national constitution. You know, the political democracy, traditional political democracy, it was having a limited set of the rights which are to be protected by the national government. In these circumstances, democracy is seen to be based on reciprocal and emphatic personal relations and extend through plural social and cultural context to a transnational and indeed global level. It has been conceptualized as intersociative democracy. The new perspective which we can now have in the changing situation, it may call intersociative democracy, and uh, with a focus to emphasize cross-border decision making and the need for trans-border solidarity. Now, solidarity is not just confined to a community or to a nation, but it is trans-border solidarity along with new intercultural association. As you saw that trans-border solidarity can be shown as it was, in case of the US elections, that Prime Minister Modi was invited, and he addressed the NRIs there, and he campaigned for the Trump. It was criticized also. But I think cross-border solidarity, cross-border decision makings are going to be the very common events in the time to come. And the need of trans-border solidarity along with new intercultural associations. Now, intercultural associations are also taking place in new way, and in each of its context of application, such democratic decisions making is conceived to be grounded in a strengthened conception of human rights. So these kind of changes in the democratic process, in the democracy itself, warrants that there should be a strengthened concept of human rights, going beyond customarily emphasized civil and political ones to economic, social, and cultural rights, where these merits increase recognition in emerging international law. So earlier, human rights concept was very limited because it confined its scope within the boundary of a nation. But because now boundary of the nations are not very effective, we have cross-border flows of the people, of the objects, of the ideas and cultural artifacts. So there may be violation of the human rights beyond the boundary of the nation. That is at global level. And it may be through internet, in social media. Then nation government cannot take any action for a person situating in some other country. So for that, some global structure or body is required. In each of its context of application, such democratic decision making is conceived to be grounded in a strengthened conception of human rights, going beyond customary emphasis of civil and political ones to economic, social, and cultural rights. These where these merit increase recognition in emerging international law. Two other concepts, apart from intersociative democracy, there are two other concepts, namely globalizing democracy and democratic networks, are important in the analysis of the changing situation. The concept of globalizing democracy goes beyond the current form of rather emaciated political democracy. Today we have emaciated political democracy. That is a kind of thin and weak democracy to deal with a situation beyond its borders. And when we have to deal to other nation states, rather the activity of the globalizing calls for new intersociative democratic relationships to develop along with the growth, trans-border interdependence not limited to those close to us or to political societies as such. In this connection, the concept of democratic networks may be a useful analytical tool which emphasizing on a more cosmopolitan outlook. Now, a cosmopolitan outlook or a perspective is very much needed to deal with global situation. And this cosmopolitanism has been discussed at a length by David Held in a book and on cosmopolitanism, and this is one of the very popular book on this issue. So I'm not going in detail of that here, and which required for such a globalization of the democracy in which we are attuned to the need of those at a distance is also articulated. Now we have to look into the need of those who are located at a distant place, which are globally located. They may be some Indians located in some other part of the world. And during pandemic, you see that for months, Indian government was engaged in bringing back the Indians who are studying abroad in different parts of the world, those who were working there, all these migrant workers at global level were badly affected, and there are a lot of, and there was criticism also why the government has bring back all these uh, persons from, and as a result the COVID-19 has spread in the whole country. So that was a criticism, but I think it was their human rights that government has to look into, that they have to bring back their citizens who are working in different parts of the world. There is a deep relationship between democracy and human rights. In fact, we cannot separate these two because they are very much interrelated. We cannot think of protection of human rights in a totalitarian regime. I think the notion of human rights is very much a byproduct of democracy, or we can say in democracies, the vibrant democracies are committed for the protection of human rights. So human rights is a liberal view about human rights of the human being, and I think this is also a product of the modernity which developed in Europe, particularly mm, 15th and 16th century onwards. And when we talk of the globalization, the major issue in globalization is also related to modernity at academic level, that whether modernity is over or modernity is still continuing. And human rights is also part of the project of modernity. So there is a deep relationship between democracy and human rights beyond the truism that democracy is one of the human rights, and democracy in itself is a kind of human rights, or that liberal democracies are committed to both democratization and a set of civil and political rights, instead of simply conceiving human rights as incorporated within a given country's constitution. There is a need to view their extended regional and global implementations, and for the legitimate constraint that they can pose on democratic decision makings. So situation is changing, and therefore there are certain implications of the globalization for democracy and as well as for human rights. Now I will come on the last part of my presentation, and particularly about the situation of pandemic COVID-19. Although I think that this whole uh, webinar is devoted to deal with human rights during the pandemic COVID-19, but I will focus on some very limited issues related to that. Pandemic COVID-19 originated in China, as we all know, which has circumnavigated the whole world in a very short span of time, which became a very serious problem for the whole world. In India, first positive case of COVID-19 was reported in February 2020, and the Indian government started to take necessary steps to deal with the crisis situation. Initially, the people were advised to avoid public gatherings on the festive and other occasions, but later on, government declared total lockdown in the whole country on 25th March 2020, which continued till 31st May 2020. Since 1st June 2020, we started to unlock, and now we are in the process of unlocking with certain restrictions. Although there are a lot of issues related to the unlocking process and the behavior of the common man, the carelessness on the part of the citizens, and many other things are there. It was a very bold and risky step for a country like India. The major objective was to save the life of the people at a very heavy cost of economy. So we have paid a very heavy cost of our economy. This step helped on not only in breaking the chain of coronavirus, but also provided sufficient time to the state and national governments to gear up with health machinery and to enhance needed medical facility in all the districts of the country to face the challenge of the virus. At that time, India was not having sufficient PPE kits for medical doctors and health professionals. Also, lack of testing kits. 1 lakh kits were immediately imported, and equipment like ventilators were also not produced in India. Even more than 70% alcohol-based sanitizers were also not manufactured at large scale. India was also importing N95 masks for doctors and health professionals at that time. The situation was very worst if we see the infrastructure of dealing with this situation. The national government took initiatives to produce all these items at local level. The masks were produced not only by housewives but also women staff of Indian police in their office. Many NGOs also came forward to help in this work, and now India is producing more than 1 lakh masks every day, second after China. Similarly, some industrialists shifted to manufacturing ventilators at a very low cost within the country using the local raw material. India also got success in producing testing kits locally at a very low cost and developed the capacity to produce more than 1 lakh testing kits in a day, second after China. The doctors and health professionals also used their talents in curing the corona patient, diagnosing with available symptomatic drugs. The rate of recovery from corona is also very high in India, between 80 to 90% in India. The countrywide total lockdown had adversely affected not only economic activities but also a crisis situation to the industrial workers, petty businessmen, and workers in the service sector may also, and many those who are engaged in different types of activities in homes, shops, business establishments, mainly from unorganized sector of economy. The lockdown has created unemployment, cut in salary of the employees in private sector, heavy losses in industrial sector, civil aviation, railways, road transport, hotel and entertainment industry, and also in service sector. The purchasing power of Indian middle class has decreased significantly. People are not visiting shops, markets, malls, hotels, and restaurants because of fear. They are depending more and more on online shopping and home delivery. Future Group, the largest player in retailing marketing, sold out its asset to Reliance due to heavy loss. Many small entrepreneurs closed down their enterprises. Many consumer items have disappeared from the market on despite of their demands. Middle class consumers today are very selective in purchasing the consumer goods. They are now purchasing only essential items. As a result, there is heavy setback to existing consumer culture in India. People stop to go for outing, fast food culture, and weekly outside dining diminished. People are looking for safe transportation. For overnight destinations, they prefer private vehicles only and when it is necessary. People now prefer to work online. Online bank is preferred instead of cash transactions. People even today don't prefer to visit ATMs to withdraw cash. Only very occasionally they visit ATMs and banks. Printing presses are closed down as new academic sessions in school and colleges were postponed. Online teaching uh, has badly affected the publication of books for schools and colleges. The printing industry has been almost destroyed, you can say. Thus, today people are living with minimum consumption level due to crisis of COVID-19, which has badly affected the socio-cultural milieu of Indian society. The society survived in this crisis situation as it is still heavily dependent on agriculture and allied activities, engaging as many as 65% of the total population. The government also allowed harvesting of crops during the total unlock period. Industries have very high level of loss, but India's export has increased in month of September and thereafter, and service sector also coming out of the crisis situation. But the crisis of COVID-19 has changed the habits and style of all the societies in last 6 months, and some of these patterns will become the part of our social and cultural life. There are certain issues which are relevant from academic point of view, and particularly about the impact of the pandemic, not only human rights, but in general, if we see that the whole society, not only one society, but at the global level, each and every society has come in survival mode. And as a student of sociology, if I compare, it is a situation that society was in a very initial stage, and you can say that maybe state of agrarian society, that when their natural calamities were abundant and people were struggling for their survival. So all societies suddenly came, the whole world suddenly trapped into survival mode, and which has the badly affected the economy. Then you can say the economy is almost a collapse. And if some countries like United States, they did not accept and this, and they have paid a very heavy cost in terms of the casualties of their citizens. So now there are two modes to react, to respond to this COVID-19. One is that don't stop economic activity and pay heavy cost through human lives. Other cost was through complete lockdown. So these two modes of response we can see at global level. And consequences that you see the case of Italy and other countries who have not responded properly initially, they have paid very heavy cost of human lives. But in India, we see that we have timely lockdown, complete lockdown, and we have saved a lot of human lives through that. Now, academically speaking, that this is a new situation, and existing conceptual and theoretical frameworks are not able to capture this reality. We are not having although we are using these concepts, human rights, democracy, and all these things. But I think that this is a very peculiar situation in which these all concepts we are trying to apply, but we are not able to capture the uh, real situation or provide explanation of different things which are events which are happening in the world at the global level. But if I look from the viewpoint of the human rights, because that is the main topic of this webinar, so we can say that the major crisis about the health rights of the people, because this is a health crisis which affected all other dimensions of the society. And there are certain issues which has been raised in context of China, Iran, and Thailand, particularly, where right to freedom of expression was not maintained. In China, that those who have opposed or those who oppose the government, they were punished. In Iran also, in Thailand also, this kind of situation we can see. In India, in the state of Delhi and Maharashtra, the government has tried to suppress the journalists as well as some people who have written against the government on social media. They were put in jail, particularly in Maharashtra. And also the government do not arrange food properly for poor people. And this has been case and which caused heavy migration of the migrant laborers from urban areas to their home state, and most of the workers were migrated from the rural areas, and a crisis situation emerged in the whole country. The employees did not pay wages to the workers. Many companies have removed their employees during the pandemic instead of appeal of the prime minister that you should not remove your employees and pay their salary. The tenants were forced to pay rent during that period, and there is one very poor person. He complained that his landlady still he was not able to pay the rent of 3,500 during that period, and there are a lot of dialogues, not very good dialogues between the tenant and landlady. So he was still not able to pay the rent. The health services were disrupted. Doctors were not available for non-COVID diseases. This was a great casualty on the part that only focus was on COVID-19. So many doctors, the hospitals, they refused to give treatment to the needy patients. And as a result, many patients lost their lives. Lockdown, quarantine, and travel bans also affected the people badly. The Another important issue was the protection of the people in custody or in prison. And it has been noticed that a number of prisoners were released because who were having the prison for less than 7 years, they were released by the order, executive order by the government, state government. They released those prisoners because it was very difficult to maintain, to protect them in the jail. The protection of health workers was also an issue, and doctors were harassed by house owners because you are treating the COVID-19 patients, so you may spread this to us. This type of incidents have been reported in different parts of the country. Right to education was also badly affected to some extent, and even universities, even today, are facing that crisis. Although there are instruction from UGC for conducting examination, but the examinations were just conducted as a formality, and many universities and they have promoted the first year student without examination. So I think this is a very serious matter which require attention. This is not a very light issue. It's a very serious issue. If we have to impart education like this without examination or without and teaching, the online teaching, no classroom teaching, then webinars, okay, good. This is a new innovation during this period, not only locally, but it is because of internet and new communication technologies which developed during the period of globalization. So this is you can say boon or a blessing of globalization to deal. And I am of the view as a professor of globalization that globalization helped a lot in dealing with situation. Right of education, okay, legal rights were also hampered. People, globalization helped to protect the pupil in pupil's life. This is a positive dimension of the globalization, although many people criticize globalization, but the most important is globalized media. Media played an important role in dissemination of the information. Now everyone has information of different kinds through social media, through the main media, and there is no lack of information. So as far information is dissemination of information is possible, all kind of information is available, and this was also very important in making awareness among the people against this problem of COVID crisis. And if there was no mobile phones or almost 100% coverage of television in rural areas, which we have achieved, in fact, in last 10, before last, in last decade, in fact, we have achieved 100% coverage of television uh, in the whole country. These are two very positive sides, uh, mobile phone and television. Through these, we were able to educate or to make the people aware about the crisis situation. The Prime Minister address on television was listened or seen by most of the people of the country, and it was the region that we were able to deal with situation in a very effective manner. So this is a positive side, that even in the villages people became aware and responded in a better way than the urban citizens, although they are not very highly educated, or uh, some of them may be not very, uh, you can say, smart, but they behave in a smart way. And once they realize that this is very infectious disease, they did not allow even their family members to enter in the boundary of the village. In Bihar, some people were stayed on the tree for the quarantine period. So I think this response of the society to COVID-19 was very positive as far as case of India is concerned, and we have dealt it with very judiciously. Even the government has played an important role. Everyone, NGOs, voluntary organization, doctors, police, teachers, everyone has responded well. So I think the violation incident of the violation of human rights are not much in India as far as during the pandemic COVID-19 period is concerned, looking into the crisis situation we have faced in last 9 months. So I think that the issue that there is a vast violation of human rights, I think I would say there were less violation of human rights during the lockdown period rather than it normally takes place, because people were confined to their houses. They were not outside the house. You are more outside the house, with certain, initial uh, exceptions which took place because of misunderstanding or miscalculation on the part of the state government and central government. But these were later on corrected. And I think that there is no serious violation of human rights. So I conclude my presentation with this comment, with a positive comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. You have motivated us all by being a living example of kindness and selfless service to our nation. You have give your best by sharing your expertise and knowledge in every possible way. Thank you so much, sir, for enriching our knowledge. No matter what language you speak, a kind and smiling thank you always speaks to everyone's heart. Honorable dignitaries and my most valued guests, it's my privilege to deliver vote of thanks on behalf of this esteemed institution. We want to express our gratitude to our today's first session's resource person, Dr. Virendra Pal Singh, sir, who has spared his precious time for us and graced this first session with his presence. I extend our sincere thanks to Dr. S.G. Sirsat, sir, for introducing today's theme. Thank you so much, sir. Let us proceed with the second session, for which we have with us Advocate Rajendra Anbule, sir, as a resource person who will give his an analysis on increase in violence against women during lockdown. Now I request Professor D.B. Kolte, sir, faculty MP Law College, to introduce theme of the second session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Rajeshri. Good afternoon to all. Respected resource person of today's second session on the topic of increase in violence against women during lockdown. And dear participants, I welcome you all in this second sessions. I am going to introduce the theme in a brief considering the time constraints. The word become familiar with the stay at home and shelter in place orders, the unprecedented measures adopted to keep us safe in the midst of the coronavirus pandemic. For countless women, not only in India, but also worldwide, expressing domestic violence. However, it shows home is not a safe place. Abuse survivors suddenly found themselves shut in with their abusers. Forced coexistence, jobless, increasing stress, anxiety about the future has led to increased household tensions, which turns many partners and family members into abuses and existing abuse. The present study highlights that domestic violence complaints rose by 131%, and those on online abuse increased by 184% in red zone districts as compared to the green zone districts, which were created during this COVID-19. Domestic violence is not just the consequences of restricted mobility, but of patriarchal mindsets. The National Commission of Women received many complaints during this period about the abuse of domestic violence. UK doubled the domestic violence cases, even at the same time USA also. Violence against women is one of the major obstacles to women's participation in the economic, social, and political spheres. With this, I conclude my introductions of the theme concerning the time person. I welcome today's resource person, Honorable Shri Advocate Rajendra Anbule sir, Advocate Supreme Court of Delhi. I welcome you all, the participants also. Over to you, Rajeshri.
Thank you, sir. Now it's my privilege to introduce our today's second session's resource person. Advocate Rajendra Anbule sir has completed LLB from ILS Law College, Pune, and secured first class and was awarded with Best Student Award. Sir has did PhD in law in the year 2013 and LLM from University of Pune and stood first in LLM examination among all the successful candidates securing gold medal. Sir has also completed MA in Political Science from Department of Political Science of University of Pune. Sir has handled all kinds of cases pertaining to constitutional laws, civil laws, criminal laws, land laws, labor laws, trust laws, and many more. Advocate Rajendra Anbule sir is advocate for Savitribai Phule University. Not only this, but sir is also a Supreme Court advocate on record in Supreme Court of India and practicing advocate in Supreme Court of India as well as at High Court, Bombay. Sir has written several books in various law subjects and also acted as a resource person for Bar Council of Maharashtra and Goa. We are very fortunate to have you, sir. Now I request Advocate Rajendra Anbule to enlighten us. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
It's my pleasure that I have got an opportunity to speak on the topic of increase of violence against women during lockdown in a international conference on status of human right during COVID pandemic organized by MP Law College, Aurangabad. At the very outset, happy Human Rights Day to all. As in the earlier lecture, there was a discussion about evolution and development of human rights in the world. As we know, what we call human right or fundamental right today was called as a natural right when they were developed. And it is said that the concept of right has been developed parallel to natural law theory. In the passage of time, even though natural law theory underwent various changes, two principles of this theory have never been changed. Number one, universal order governing all men, that is, all are equal for the law, and that particular mandate is provided by Article 14 of the Constitution, wherein it has been stated that state shall not deny to any person equality before law and equal protection of law within the territory of India. And you must be aware that in Indira Nehru Gandhi versus Raj Narayan in 1975, Apex Court clarified that equal justice is basic structure of our Constitution, which cannot be amended under Article 368 of it. So the first important principle of human right, natural right, is that there is a universal declaration that these rights are applicable, available to everybody, irrespective of race, sex, or even religion. Second important principle is there, which has never changed, is inalienable rights of an individual. That whatever rights are given by Constitution to the citizens are there as a matter of public policy, and they are not subject to waiver. So in Bashashar Nath versus Income Tax Commissioner in 1956, Apex Court has clarified that fundamental rights which are there in Part 3 of the Constitution are there as a matter of public policy, and they are not subject to waiver or they cannot be waived. They are inalienable. Very importantly, as we know that in Part 3 of the Constitution, Article 21 has made a provision about right to life and personal liberty. Therein, right to human dignity has been recognized as a fundamental right, which is implicit in right to life under Article 21. And in catalogue cases, even Apex Court has clarified that right to life does not mean mere animal existence, but it means right to live with human dignity. And human dignity is something which is more important than animal existence. But the fact is that today in India, there are several areas wherein majority of the people are deprived from enjoying this particular right to human dignity. And so far as domestic life is concerned, this particular right of human dignity is denied to women is a fact. As told by earlier lecturer, that domestic violence cut across all the countries of the world. United Nations was established in 1945 and Universal Declaration of Human Rights was promulgated in 1948. International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights was ratified in 1966. Despite this, for the first time in the history of human rights, by 12th recommendation of CEDAW, which we call as a Convention on Elimination of All Kind of Discrimination Against Women, 1979, By 12th recommendation of 1989, domestic violence against women was recognized as a human right issue. So it was only in 1989 for the first time at international level, domestic violence in family was recognized as a human right issue. And later on in 1994, when Vienna Accord was there, and again in 1995, when Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action was there, human right of women in relating to domestic violence was recognized, and undoubtedly it was recognized as a part of human right. And it was also suggested that all the member countries should come together and they should provide protection to the women within their states by enacting a special law. Very importantly, the first attempt which was there in relation to recognition of rights of women, which are human one in family, was at the international level. Second important aspect is there that in India, not only international laws pertaining to human rights like CEDAW, Vienna Conference and Beijing Declaration were responsible for the enactment of Act of 2005. But there were several other reasons which were also responsible for the enactment of this social legislation. And one of the provision which was also responsible was Section 498A of IPC, which was introduced in Indian Penal Code in 1983. By amendment to Indian Penal Code in 1983, Section 498 was inserted, but very importantly, that particular provision was penal in nature. In 1983 also, there was no effective civil law which will address the phenomena of domestic violence. So, as effective civil law was not there to curb the domestic violence which is occurring within the family, need was felt to enact a special effective law which will be of civil in nature and which will address the rights of the act within the family, rights of the women within the family. After that, also another important factor was there, which was also responsible for the enactment of this particular law, was Part 3rd of the Constitution. Basically, there are three provisions in the Constitution which were responsible. First was Article 14, second was Article 15, Clause 3, and third was Article 21. Article 14 says that states shall not deny to any person equality before law and equal protection of law within the territory of India. Gone were the days initially till 1974. Supreme Court interpreted Article 14 in the light of doctrine of reasonable classification. But when Royappa versus State of Tamil Nadu was decided, doctrine of reasonable classification was ignored by Supreme Court and new concept of equality, that is protection against arbitrariness, was propounded. After that, in Ajay Hasia versus Khalid Mujib of 1981, and again Menaka Gandhi versus Union of India of 1978, protection against arbitrariness was discussed by Apex Court while dealing with Article 14, protection against law. Very importantly, in Saira Bano case, and again in Notesh Singh Johar case last year, and again in 2017 also, Apex Court has propounded a new doctrine, that is doctrine of manifest arbitrariness. And this manifest arbitrariness has tried to protect citizens from not only any laws enacted by Parliament of India, but even from executive action also. So procedural ultra-virus as well as substantive ultra-virus has come within the purview of manifest arbitrariness so far as Article 14 is concerned. Coming to second important aspect, that is Article 15, Clause 3, which says that nothing shall prevent the state from making any special provision for women. So 15 Clause 3 is also one of the provision which is instrumental for enactment of Act 2005. And third important aspect is there, that is Article 21, which says that no person shall be deprived of his life and personal liberty except according to the procedure established by law. In Menaka case of 1978, Apex Court has held that the procedure which is to be exercised by executive shall be just, fair, reasonable, and due. If not, then court is having authority to declare that particular act as arbitrary. So with a view to protect Article 14, Article 15, Clause 3, and Article 21 of the Constitution, the Act of 2005 was enacted in India. Now, so far as today's discussion is concerned, the topic which has been allotted to me is increase of violence against women during lockdown. Now, very importantly, the fact is that there is an increase of violence during lockdown when one woman, so far as domestic violence is concerned. And the main factor, the main reason for this is that the woman was confined with the abuser. And because of COVID-19, she was forced to reside with the victim in a house. Normal functioning of the court was disrupted, because of which there were serious issues pertaining to protection of human rights of women who is residing within a family. So for today's discussion, I'm going to discuss my topic in 3 stages. First is what kind of provisions the Act has provided so far as protection of human rights of women in relation to domestic violence is concerned. Second is what were the reasons for increase of violence during COVID. And third is what kind of solutions are there to tackle the domestic violence which is increased during the lockdown. Now coming to first important aspect, what is domestic violence? As we are aware that in 2005, the Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act was enacted by Parliament of India, which is a central legislation. In 2006, 17 rules were also made by central government according to Section 37 of the Act. Section 3 of the Act defines domestic violence. And if you read the starting point of Section 3, it says that domestic violence means any act, omission, commission, or conduct of the respondent. So not only the act, but even omission is also regarded as domestic violence by Section 3 of the Act. And in Section 3, domestic violence has been classified in 6 to 7 categories. That is physical violence, mental violence, emotional violence, verbal violence, economic violence, even sexual violence, and even a demand of dowry. For better understanding of these 7 kind of violences, we can refer to form number 4 of the Act, wherein explanations are given that what constitutes physical violence or what constitutes even mental violence and so on. And there is one explanation added to Section 3 of the Act, which says that at the time of considering whether any act, omission, commission, or conduct of the respondent amounts to domestic violence or not, then regard shall be given to the overall fact and circumstances of the case. And very importantly, the definition of domestic violence which is given by Section 3 is much wider than the definition of cruelty which is given under Section 498A of the Indian Penal Code, which was a penal provision. In Section 498A, cruelty may be physical or mental, but so far as Section 3 of Act of 2005 is concerned, there are several instances of domestic violence which are given by the Act. And very importantly, at the time of interpreting even Section 3 and other provisions of the Act, not only the Apex Court, but even High Courts have also clarified that liberal and purposive interpretation has to be given to the provisions of the Act, as it is a social legislation. So, in relation to Section 498A, Section 3 of the Act has elaborately, widely defined the concept of domestic violence by bringing so many minor things also by which human rights of any women are violated within the purview of Section 3 of the Act. Now, second aspect is there, that is, who can file complaint under the Domestic Violence Act. Section 2 is very important in relation to that because there are certain definitions given in Section 2 of the Act. And for the purpose of today's discussion, I will refer three important definitions which are there. That is, first definition under Section 2A of aggrieved person. Second definition is there under Section 2F of domestic relationship. And third definition is there of shared household under Section 2S of the Act. Now, who can file complaint under Domestic Violence Act under Section 12 before the magistrate? And Section 2A says that aggrieved person means any woman who is in domestic relationship with the respondent and who allege that domestic violence is committed against her by respondent. It means that according to Section 2A, aggrieved person who is in domestic relationship with respondent is entitled to file complaint under Section 12 of the Act, and Section 2A says that aggrieved person means any woman. Even a child below the age of 18 years is also covered by Section 2B of the Act, and the child includes male as well as even female child also. Now, Section 2F deals with domestic relationship, and Section 2F says that domestic relationship is that relationship wherein aggrieved person has resided with respondent in a shared household at any point of time, and she is related to that aggrieved the respondent by marriage, by consanguinity, by relationship in the nature of marriage, or even by blood relations. And Section 2S further defines shared household, wherein it has said that shared household is that household wherein aggrieved person was residing in domestic relationship with respondent at any point of time, and that particular shared household may be a house taken on rent, it may be a house owned by the parties, or it may even be a house of joint family property. So very importantly, who can file complaint under Domestic Violence Act is a woman who is in domestic relationship with the respondent and who is residing in a shared household with the respondent is the meaning of Section 2A, Section 2F, and Section 2S of the Act. Now, after this academic discussion, let us come to another important aspect so far as today's discussion is concerned. Now, as we discussed earlier, that during COVID-19, woman was confined to the four wall of the house with abuser, and COVID-19 forced that victim to stay with the abuser. So she was not in a position to approach the court, even to approach the machineries which are provided by the Act, and even to approach the institutions which are also recognized by this particular Act. So it is very important to discuss what kind of machineries are provided by this particular Act. So the first machinery which is provided by this Act is protection officer. Basically, Section 4, Section 5, Section 9, and Section 8 deals with provisions relating to protection officer. Now, Section 4 says, if any domestic violence is committed, or if it is likely to be committed, then information can be given to the protection officer. So Section 4 deals with information of domestic violence which can be given to protection officer. Section 5 is also very important because Section 5 says that protection officer has to provide service to that particular aggrieved person against whom violence has been committed by the respondent. Section 8 deals with appointment of protection officer, and Section 9 deals with duties and functions of protection officers. Now, according to Section 9, right from the information of domestic violence till the eradication of that domestic violence, protection officer has to work under the Act. So he has to meet that particular aggrieved person. He has to fill the domestic incident report as per form number 1 of the Act. He has to file that particular domestic incident report in the court of magistrate. He has to help that victim when the proceeding is going on in the court, and even when the orders are passed by the court, even protection officer has to work for execution of the orders which are passed by the court. So very wide powers and duties are conferred on protection officer by section 9 of the Act. Now, second important machinery which is provided by this particular law is service provider under section 10. In Maharashtra and in India, there are several NGOs which are working for protection of rights of women. And section 10 of the Act has recognized these NGOs as a service provider. They can be registered with the Women and Child Development Department of any particular state. Third important machinery which is provided is police officer under section 5 of the Act. If any aggrieved person approached the police and if she informed the police that she is a victim of domestic violence, then according to section 5 of the Act, it is the duty of the police to inform her the rights which she is having under the Act of 2005. Not only this, even the police has to explain her what kind of rights are guaranteed and how she can take recourse to the proceeding under section 12 of the Act. After taking that particular information from the aggrieved lady, if the police officer came to know that the act which has been committed by a respondent is a cognizable offense, non-bailable offense, then even police officers are authorized to register a complaint under section 498A of the Indian Penal Code against respondent. And that is a discussion which has been given under section 5 of the Act. And another important machinery which is there is Judicial Magistrate First Class, that is under section 12 of the Act. The person who is a victim of domestic violence file application before the magistrate under section 12 clause 1. Magistrate has to dispose that proceeding within 60 days from the date of first hearing. The application is filed under section 12. Magistrate can issue notice to respondent under section 13. Respondent can appear before the court. According to section 14, there is a provision of counseling. According to section 15, there is a provision to take assistance of welfare expert. Section 16 is there, which deals with proceedings which can be conducted in camera. And section 17 speaks about right to residence, which is a higher right of that aggrieved person. Section 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22 has guaranteed 5 important rights and remedies to that aggrieved person, in which section 18 deals with protection order. Section 19 deals with residence order. Section 20 deals with monetary relief. Section 21 deals with custody order. And section 22 deals with compensation which can be granted for mental or physical violence committed against the aggrieved person. So 5 remedies are there guaranteed by the Act. Section 23 is there, wherein ex parte ad interim order or interim order can be passed by the magistrate. And section 24 says that the copy of the order shall be given free of cost to both of the parties. If any order is passed by magistrate under section 18 to 22 of the Act, then that order can be altered, it can be revoked, it can be modified by magistrate under section 25 of the Act. And so far as section 26 is concerned, it provides for relief in any other proceeding. So, if a divorce proceeding of aggrieved person with respondent is pending in suppose family court or in the court of senior division, then in that proceeding also aggrieved person is entitled to claim all the reliefs which are guaranteed by the Act of 2005. Section 27 deals with jurisdiction and section 28 deals with procedure which can be adopted by the magistrate while dealing with an application filed under section 12 and section 28 of the section 23 of the Act. And section 28 is saying that while dealing with an application under section 12 and 23 of the Act, the magistrate shall follow the procedure as laid down by the Code of Criminal Procedure. And very importantly, section 28 clause 2 is saying that even magistrate can follow his own procedure in the interest of justice if it is required in that particular case. Section 29 deals with provision of appeal, wherein aggrieved person or respondent can approach to session court within 30 days from the date of order if any order is passed by magistrate under section 12 or 23 of the Act. And every order, it may be interim or even final, it is appealable under section 29 of the Act before the Court of Session. Section 30 says that protection officer and service providers are public servant within the meaning of section 21 of the Act. And section 32 says that if any order is passed by the magistrate, so far as protection order is concerned, and if there is a violation of that order by a respondent, then the respondent can be held liable for the punishment of 1 year imprisonment and also the fine of rupees 20,000. And section 32 further says that the offense committed by respondent under section 31 is cognizable and non-bailable. Even there is a provision in relation to protection officer also under section 33 and 34 of the Act, that if protection officer has committed any kind of negligence at the time of discharging his duties under the Act, then he can also be held liable for the punishment of 1 year and even for a fine. And section 34 further says that no action can be taken against protection officer if he has acted in good faith. And section 35 also says that even very importantly, the consent of the state is required if the protection officer is to be prosecuted under section 33 of the Act. Section 36 says that the Act of the provisions are in addition and not in derogation to any other law for the time being in force. And the last section which there is section 37, which has given powers to central government to enact some rules for the effective implementation of this particular Act. And as I said earlier, in 2006, 17 rules have been made by Government of India for effective implementation of this particular Act. Now, machinery is provided by the Act, that is protection officer, service provider, even police officer, and even the magistrate. Even prior to the lockdown also, fact is that there was no coordination between these machineries, which are instrumental for the implementation of the Act, because of which there were certain problems which were in existence, as a result of which there was improper implementation of the Domestic Violence Act in Maharashtra as well as in India. That's why section 11 of the Act is there. It provides about duty of government. And according to section 11 of the Act, the duty of the government is to create general awareness about the provisions of this Act. All the machineries which are responsible for the implementation of this particular Act are to be properly sensitized. Periodic sensitization is to be given. Training shall be given to them so that they will implement this particular Act effectively. Even prior to lockdown also, there was no effective coordination within these particular machineries. And when lockdown was pronounced in India, declared in India, the coordination between this particular agencies ceased to exist, as a result of which there was gross violation of human rights of women in domestic life. Now, along with these machineries which are provided by the Act, like protection officer, service provider, police, and even police officers and even magistrate, another two important institutional machineries are recognized by the Act of 2005, in which the first is shelter home under section 6 of the Act, and second is medical facility which can be provided to aggrieved person under section 7 of the Act. So as a result of the domestic violence, if the aggrieved person is evicted from the house, then a shelter home can be provided as per section 6 of the Act, is a provision. And if there is any injury caused to her as a result of the domestic violence, then it was the duty of the state to provide medical facilities to her, the section 7 of the Act. As I said earlier, that Act is there. Even the aggrieved person is entitled to file complaint under section 12 of the Act before the magistrate. Even the machineries are provided under this particular Act. But due to declaration of lockdown in India, woman was confined with the abuser in the house. Normal functioning of the court was disrupted, and even the machinery provided by this particular Act was also not functioning. So in the light of this, there was gross violation of fundamental rights of women, and they were not even able to approach these authorities for assistance when violence was committed against them. So very importantly, now another important aspect is there, that what were the reasons for increase of domestic violence during lockdown? As because of lockdown, aggrieved person who was a victim of domestic violence was confined in house with respondent. The first important reason which has been discussed for violence against women during COVID was the loss of income. Due to the loss of income or due to financial uncertainty or insecurity, very importantly, violence was committed by respondent against aggrieved person. Secondly, due to confinement in house, there was lot of stress due to that physical confinement, and out of that particular stress, domestic violence has been committed against aggrieved person. Third important reason is discussed, that is alcoholism. As the liquor shops were closed, this must have caused irritation to the respondent, and as a result of which domestic violence was meted out to the aggrieved person. Not only this, even a limited social support was also one of the important reason for commission of domestic violence during lockdown. And we all are aware about the fact that we are living in a patriarchal society wherein there is a disparity, discrimination so far as household work is concerned. And that was also one of the reasons so far as increase in domestic violence was concerned. Along with these particular social reasons, there were some institutional reasons which were also responsible for increase of domestic violence during lockdown. And in that particular reason, the first important reason was services of protection officers were not available. As we discussed earlier, that section 4, section 5, section 8 and section 9 of the Act deals with provisions relating to protection officer. Right from the information of domestic violence till the eradication of that violence, protection officer has to work under this particular Act. But during lockdown, the services of protection officers were not available because of lockdown. One person was not able to move from one place to another. They were not even in a position to leave the house. So, unfortunately, the government of India as well as government of Maharashtra and other states did not declare service of protection officer as an essential service. That was a requirement when lockdown was pronounced, that the services of the protection officers were to be declared as essential services so that they can step out of the house and they can help the victim of domestic violence. But unfortunately, the services of protection officers were not declared as essential services, even though there was an increase of domestic violence within family. Second important aspect is there, that even there was no access to the NGOs, non-governmental organizations, which were working for the protection of women from domestic violence. And that was also one of the reasons for increase of domestic violence, because these mercenaries were not able to approach that particular victim and to take preventive measures to curb out that domestic violence. Third important reason is there, that is the helpline which were there in India. We are not able to provide services to all the aggrieved persons who are residing in India and the states, because the survey has now made it clear that in India only 38% of women are using mobile phone. So rest of women are not having mobile phone with them. So it was very difficult to understand, to comprehend, or to identify the victim of domestic violence, as even helpline was also not sufficient to tackle this particular problem. As we discussed earlier, that section 6 and section 7 are there, which deals with shelter, home and medical facility. Even these institutional machineries were also not working during COVID-19. And very importantly, even the legal aid, which is to be provided under the Legal Services Authority Act 1987, was also not available to the victim of domestic violence. And very importantly, all the media was busy in providing information relating to only COVID patients. How many patients are there in Maharashtra? How many are there in India? But even the media in India also failed to sensitize the public, the subjects, on the issues of domestic violence. So media is also responsible because they did not take any kind of step to make general awareness about domestic violence within the society. Besides this, so far as procedural aspects are concerned, the main reason for increase of domestic violence was that normal courts in India are not working. They were not working during even lockdown also. Now, after the relaxation of lockdown also, normal courts are not working effectively. There are so many pending cases which are there in the court wherein some orders are passed by the magistrate. Maintenance orders are passed by the magistrate. Even residence orders are also passed by the magistrate. But during the period of pandemic, the court was not functioning, because of which these orders were not implemented by the court, or these orders were not executed by the court. So not only the filing of new cases before the court is prohibited due to non-functioning of the court, but even the cases which are pending before the court are also not properly implemented during the lockdown. And very importantly, even there was no access. So as custody of the child is concerned under section 21 of the Act. So there are so many problems which were there during the lockdown due to COVID, as a result of which the victim was not in a position to approach the authorities, to court, and even to the machineries for the vindication of her rights. As we know that Apex Court and various high courts have given purposive interpretation to the provisions of this particular act. Last year, when Lalita Tapo was decided by Supreme Court of India, Apex Court held that even though application for maintenance is rejected under section 125 of the CRPC, despite that there is no bar to file application under section 12 of the Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act 2005. So rejection of maintenance application under section 125 is not a bar to file application for maintenance under section 120 was a ratio laid down in Lalita Topo case of 2019. Again, in Saraswati versus Babu in 2014, Apex Court has clarified that Limitation Act is not applicable to Domestic Violence Act. So far as concept of violence is concerned, if maintenance is not paid, then there is continuing violence against the aggrieved person committed by respondent. And when continuing violence is there, in that case, for filing application under section 12 of the Act, limitation is not applicable. Very importantly, again in Velusamy case of 2010 also, Apex Court has clarified that a female who is having relationship in the nature of marriage with respondent male partner is also entitled to file application under section 12 of the Act, provided that four important essential requirements are satisfied. Number one, if both are major. Number two, if both are residing in a shared household at any point of time. Number three, if society considered them as a spouse. And very importantly, so far as Velusamy case is concerned, Supreme Court of India clarified that even though marriage is not there, legally wedded marriage is not there, despite that, if these conditions are satisfied, then that aggrieved person is entitled to file application against his male partner under section 12 of the Act. So Velusamy case is there wherein purposive and liberal interpretation was guaranteed to section 2Q of the Act. Again, judgment of Manoj Changani is there, decided by Bombay High Court in 2012, wherein Bombay High Court clarified that while disposing of main application under Section 12 of the Act, even though the domestic incident report is not filed by protection officer, it will not affect the merit of the case. So in absence of domestic incident report also, court can pass the order. And very importantly, in absence of that particular DIR report also, court can execute that particular order. So non-filing of DIR report is not fatal for decision of the case under Section 12. But if protection officer has filed that report, then that report is to be considered by magistrate at the time of giving final order, was the judgment of Manoj Changani case. Now, as I discussed earlier about Section 12, main application can be filed before the magistrate, and under Section 23 of the Act, interim application can be filed before the magistrate. But in Kishore Kale judgment of Bombay High Court of 2010, Bombay High Court clarified that for interim application under Section 12, even though it is provided by the Act, there is no need to file interim application before the court of magistrate. And on the basis of main application filed under Section 12 also, interim order can be granted in favor of the aggrieved person. Not only this, even in Kuna Paradi case of 2016, Apex Court clarified that amendment is permissible in application filed by aggrieved person under Section 12 of the Act. And in the judgment of Kiran Patidar of 2018, Apex Court clarified that even though maintenance is granted under any other law, like Section 24 of Hindu Marriage Act or even Section 125 of CRPC, again, maintenance can be granted under Section 20 of the Act. So the principle of multiple maintenance was also recognized by Apex Court in Kiran Patidar case. And so far as even execution of order passed by magistrate is concerned, even that law is also settled by Honorable Bombay High Court in two important cases. One case was decided in 2013, that is of Sagar Shende judgment, wherein Justice Roshan Dalvi clarified that a non-bailable warrant can be issued against respondent for execution of maintenance, and that issuance of non-bailable warrant is justified under Section 28, Clause 2 of the Act. And after that, in 2014, the judgment of Sachin Bodle was given by Bombay High Court, wherein High Court clarified that if any order passed by magistrate is to be executed under Section 28 of the Act, then it can be executed under Section 28 Clause 1. 28 Clause 1 means it can be executed in the manner provided by the Code of Criminal Procedure 1973. That's why if any order is to be executed, magistrate has to execute that order under Section 125 Clause 3 of the CRPC. So judgment of Sagar Shende and Sachin Bodle may discuss different kind of ratios, but the fact is that in normal circumstances, execution of magistrate order can be there under Section 28 Clause 1, but in exceptional circumstances, with a view to provide justice to that particular aggrieved person, magistrate is even entitled to execute the order by issuing non-bailable warrant against the respondent. So the mode of execution was also laid down by the Bombay High Court in these two important judgments. Despite that, due to lockdown, as normal courts are not working, and even the pending cases are also not properly executed, the pending orders are also not properly implemented, even there was no scope to file even new cases before the court of law. That's why access to justice was denied during lockdown to the victims of domestic violence is a fact. So it was discussed earlier that there is less violation of human rights during COVID because all the persons were residing in home and they were not able to go outside. But the fact is that it cannot be denied that even though other violation of human right was not there outside the home during COVID situation, there was gross violation of human right which is provided to the victim of domestic violence under the Domestic Violence Act. And no access to justice was there. Even the institutional machineries were not working. Even the machineries provided by the Act in form of protection officer, service provider, magistrate, and even police officers were not properly working. Even the helpline was also not effective for the reason that only 38% of women are using mobile phones in India. And as a result of this, there was gross violation of human right during COVID-19 pandemic. And I must say that the domestic violence against aggrieved persons was increased in leaps and bounds as a result of this particular inactive machineries which were there in India and even in Maharashtra. Now, very importantly, with a view to tackle this particular problem in future, I am suggesting some solutions which are to be implemented for proper functioning of the Act of 2005, in which the first solution is that central government and state of Maharashtra and other states shall make services provided by protection officer and service provider as an essential service. So whatever duties are performed by protection officers and service providers, whatever services they are rendering under this particular act are to be treated, are to be regarded as an essential service, then only they will be able to approach that particular victim when violence is committed or there is every likelihood of commission of that particular violence. Not only this, the helpline which are there are also to be made essential service so far as providing of assistance to the aggrieved person is concerned. And what has observed during lockdown was that there was very less legal assistance which was provided to the victim of domestic violence. So there is a need to provide effective legal assistance to the victim of domestic violence so that they will be able to take benefit of the provisions of this particular act. And the mistake which was committed by media during lockdown should not be repeated further in future, as during lockdown the media was interested only in depicting or only in providing the information about COVID patients. How many patients are there? Along with that, even the help which is to be provided to victim of domestic violence was also important. And there was no publicity given in relation to domestic violence. No sensitization programs were initiated by media during that day. So in future, wide media publicity is required to tackle the issue of domestic violence. And lastly, what I want to suggest is that access to justice is to be provided effectively by making or by recognizing services under domestic violence as a essential service. If this is done, then only the principle of equal justice, which is enshrined under Article 14 of the Constitution, will be effectively implemented. So justice should not be done, but it should be seen to be done is important so far as providing of help to the victim of domestic violence is concerned. I am very much thankful to the organizers of MP Law College Aurangabad for giving me an opportunity to address this conference on the issue of domestic violence against the victim during COVID. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an informative session. I, Rajashree Savle, LLB third year student, took immense pleasure to propose vote of thanks on behalf of our institution. We want to extend our sincere thanks as well as gratitude to Advocate Rajendra Anbhule, sir, for such an elaborative session. And a warm thanks goes to Professor D.B. Kolte, sir, for introducing the second session's theme. Thank you so much, sir. Now I give charge to Rucha for the third session. Over to you, Rucha.
Thank you, Rajashree. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I, Rucha Kulkarni, on the behalf of Marathwada Legal and General Education Societies, Manikchand Pahade Law College, welcome you all to the third session of an online international conference on status of human rights during COVID-19 pandemic. Today, for this session, we have our guest of honor, Dr. Bishwa Kalyan Das, Assistant Professor, Nirma University, who will enlighten us on the topic of food security laws during pandemic. Now, I request Dr. Amol Chauhan sir, faculty, MP Law College, to kindly introduce the theme of this third session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Rucha. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all in the third session of International Conference. In this session, the resource person will guide us on the topic of food security issues and challenges during COVID-19 pandemic. Friends, as we know that the food security during COVID pandemic has alarming at the globe level. This pandemic affects the food system and the food security and nutrition thus far, including interruptions of food supply chains, loss of income of individuals, the spread of inequality, disruptions of social protections programs, alter food environments and uneven food prices in localized context. These have been a major disruptions to the food supply chain in the wake of the lockdown measures, which affect the availability of price, the quality of foods, the movement of food through the channels of international trade was specifically affected by these lockdown measures. As border close and demand for certain foods item is dropped, food production reliant on the selling their crops via distance export market were highly weak, particularly those produced focus on the perishable foods and agriculture products, such as fresh foods and the vegetables, specialty crops. The COVID-19 pandemic triggered the global economic recession, which has resulted in a dynamic loss of livelihood and income of global scale. This resulting in the drop in the purchasing power among those who lost income has had a major impact on the food security and nutrition, especially for those populations that were already weak. I would like to attract your attention that according to the World Bank, it estimates an additional 71 to 100 million people are likely to fall into the extreme poverty as a direct consequences of the pandemic by the end of 2020. The World Food Programme estimated that in additional 130 million people will face acute hunger as a result of crisis, nearly doubling the 130 million people already facing the acute problem of hunger. Already the number of severe hunger the hotspot have emerged. As the United Nations Organization report, some 45 million people have become acute food insecurity between February and the June 2020, mainly located in Asia and the South Africa. Friends, as you know that this issue is very important to discuss at the globe level. As I know that today's resource person will put the remarkable inputs through his expertises in the subject. Without taking much time between you and resource person, I take your leave and I am thankful to the organizer who giving me an opportunity to introduce the sub-theme of the third session. Thank you very much. Over to Rucha.
Thank you, sir. Now, it would be my privilege to introduce our today's chief guest, Dr. Bishwa Kalyan Das. Dr. Bishwa Kalyan Das completed his BA LLB honors from University Law College, Utkal University, Bhubaneswar. He has also completed his PhD from West Bengal National University of Juridical Sciences, Kolkata. Dr. Das also did his LLM from National Law School of India University, Bangalore, with human rights as its specialized area. Prior to working at Nirella University, Dr. Das was appointed as Faculty of Law at National Law University, Odisha, Cuttack. He has also served as a research fellow at the Commonwealth under the chair of Urban Poe and the Law MHUPHR, Government of India, National Law School of India, University. He has worked as a coordinator of Center for Research and Management of Natural Resources at NLU, Odisha. Also as a member at the Center for Outreach and Research in Agriculture and Law at NLU, Odisha. He is the author of many excellent articles in various journals. In Forensic Research and Criminology International Journal, he has written an article, namely Volatile Cyber World, Questioning the Right Perspective of Victims in India. An article titled as Commons Are Not So Common in India in a journal, Environment Policy and Law. In Journal of Center for Environment Law, he has written an article, namely Challenging the Constitutional Supremacy, a Natural Resource First Aid. An article titled Deciphering an International Liability and Criminalistic Cyber Law Approach in journal Jural Quarret. In Madras Law Journal, he has authored an article, namely Right to Information in Cases Sub Judice. Before I request our today's chief guest to take over the charge, there is one instruction for our attendees that this session will be followed by the question and answer round. Attendees on Zoom may put their question in the question and answer box and on YouTube in the comment section. for the purpose of the clarification. Now, I request Dr. Bishwa Kalyan Das sir to enlighten us with his exceptional knowledge. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Rucha, and thank you so much, Dr. Amol, for the warm welcome. And very good afternoon to all the participants, and sincere gratitude to the organizers for inviting me to this session on food security during the COVID pandemic. And at the outset, I would be just hoping, and all my sincere wishes are with you and with your families, that everyone is keeping safe and doing well during this whole online world that we are doing our day-to-day life affairs. Now, I would not take much time before jumping straight away to the topic of discussion. I would be taking a clue from Dr. Amol's statement that he has uttered a word, that is food insecurity. And when we talk about the food insecurity, we somehow relate it with the context of food security. That means we have to deconstruct the whole right that we do talk about food security. That means if the state is giving us a right to secure ourselves from the very scarcity of food, that means we are somewhat acknowledging the very existence of food insecurity. I'll be giving you small statistics, what Dr. Amol has rightly pointed out. The pandemic was a shocker for all of us. It has unveiled the whole state affairs, the whole state mechanism, and the whole implementation authorities of the state in the limelight with respect to meeting the expectations, meeting the constitutional rights, and meeting the whole demand from the people in terms of governance. At the same time, we also have learned a good lesson throughout this pandemic how to deal with the disasters and how to be prepared for the disasters which are unforeseen. And in this paradigm, what we do is we always compare ourselves with the Western countries and their preparedness to deal with such kind of pandemic situation. Just like US, what we saw, the United Nations gave a bold statement that because of the COVID-19, the number of people who are facing severe food insecurity in that country, the US I'm referring to here, is going to be doubled by 265 million, which is a substantial number. If a developed country like United States of America, who holds a multi-trillion dollar economy, still goes to face food insecurity within its population, what could be the possible stage, or what could be the possible parameter for India like economy, which is just hovering around $2 trillion? At the same time, in April 2020, we also got to know that the people in United States, the number of people in the United States who have lost their job is going to be somewhere a staggering 26 million people is going to be added to the people who are jobless. Now, those situations have actually triggered to the context or the very question that we are posing, that has these consequential factors have added to the context of food insecurity, because you have been placed properly, you have been earning your livelihood, you have been meeting with your daily requirements of food, and that's how you are surviving. And if there has been consequential factors which has posed in such a way that you have lost the very means of earning your livelihood, thereby pushing you to go into destitution, pushing you to go to starvation, and pushing you to put a question mark on your survival or your life. Does that what food insecurity means? And does that what the Food Security Act that we have refers to when it says that there will be certain class of people who shall be getting the food security measures as a context being proposed by the state, and the state shall be the safeguardian of those whole context. Now, having said so, what does food security means to us, and how do we contrast this thing with the greater questions which I will be posing throughout my discourse in a while? When we look at the food security as a contextual analytic factor, it ensures that there has to be some minimum steps which needs to be taken for making the food available. For whom? For the women, for the children, wherein they shall be facilitated with an opportunity for a healthy and productive life through access to balanced diet and clean drinking water, sanitation, and primary health. If I contrast this thing with other international legal documents, which I will be coming in a while to go, what I mean here is we have identified that food is a basic necessity. The state shall be facilitating those needs to the people who are vulnerable or those people who are at need, and the state shall be making all mechanisms at place for ensuring that minimum steps has been taken by the state to ensure that the people are having an access or making those food available, be it to women, to children, to vulnerable section, or to aged people. Howsoever the demographic feature you have, but it is the responsibility of the state that they should be facilitating the same to you. But if it is a matter of the state, if it is being directed to a specific class of people or specific section of population or citizenry, is it a matter of right for them or is it a matter of privilege on them? Because I'm putting a larger question out here. Whenever we talk about food security, are we questioning it in terms of a right-based approach, or are we questioning it on a discourse on privilege? And when I use both the two words, it draws my attention certainly to the Hoffeldian matrices, what my teacher have taught me in my jurisprudence classes. I would be approximating my learnings from my classes with one of the instances that I had gone through during one session with one of my professors. When I see to the jural relationship and the jural correlatives, I say the rights that has been conferred, it must be recognized, it must be conferred by a recognizing authority, which primarily is the sovereign or the state. And correspondingly, we have a duty to perform. If we are enjoying the right, we have to perform certain duties. In terms of a COVID pandemic situation, if state asked us that you have a duty to stay inside your houses, we got ourselves abided by such distinctions. We confined ourselves to the houses, barring a few, those who used to say that they are the Batmans of the whole picture. But at the same time, if I perform the duties, isn't it my right to get what the state has promised me? What the state has promised me? That the state would be facilitating the basic minimum requirements of food, drinking water, and the health conditions. And if I say about food, that food is required for my life, and for my life, the protection guaranteeing measures has been given to the state. And the state would be safeguarding my life by providing me the means of food. The Indian Constitution, I've been making a bold statement here, is a very astonishing document. And why I said astonishing, because we do take our references. Whenever we have a legal question, we try to see to the Constitution to find an answer, because this is the Grundnorm. This is the fundamental norm of superior obligations for any laws that is in existence at the country right now. And when I say, do I have a right to food? I would be saying, why do I need food? Food is required because I need to survive. If I don't eat, I would die maybe after 10 days. Then who is the guardian of my life? Because it's a matter of my life. Who is the guardian of my life? It's the state. Where has it been mentioned that it is the state who is the guardian of my life? We would say Article 21 of the Constitution of India. But I would say, being a student of law, but Article 21 never utters a single word called food. Then how can you say, yes, life it has been there, but how can you say that food is also a fundamental right under the Constitution and it is not been mentioned under the Constitution? What my professor says is Article 21 is just like a magician's hat. If you do not have anything which is visible, you just put your hands to the hat and it pops out something. That becomes a part of your hat. That means you believe, or you have the option to believe, that it was somewhere there inside the hat. Now it is in the limelight. That means if something which is not being present out there, because Article 21 precisely say right to life and personal liberty. And if life has some connotations, if it's dignity, if it's environment, if it's something or something or something, then it has been a derivative factors. And those derivations has happened because of the intervention of some authorities or some checks or some balances which has been put forth. Similarly is the condition for food. But when I say it's a matter of right, that means I'm performing my duties of being staying inside or putting myself into the lockdown to my house, then the right should be facilitated for safeguarding my life by the state. But on the contrary, there are some proponents who also says that no, it is the food security in India is not a matter of absolute right, but it is a matter of privilege. Now, I'm deviating my statement to some extent that what is the difference between a right and a privilege? If it is fundamental under Article 21, the state has to protect it and the state has to give it to everyone. But if I go into the specificity of the food security measures in India, then I have to go to the special legislation called the Food Security Act. And there it has been stated that it would be given to a specific section of people, irrespective of their race, gender, sex, caste, creed, or something, which has also been a factor under the Constitution of India, non-discrimination. But it identifies who are the people who would be getting the benefits out of there. So this dichotomy between the understanding of right to food being a right or being a privilege, because when we say to the normal dictionary definition of a privilege, it is to be given by an appropriate authority who has the right to deliver those benefits to a specific identified population. When I said about the BPL or the APL category who would be getting the benefits, that means they are already identified. Identified by who? By the state machinery. Have they got the rights or have they got the power to do so? Then we say, yes, they have got the power to do so as per the constitutional and the legal framework. So this dichotomy is still existent in India when we explicitly look into the implementation of the right to food, the Food Security Act. But when we approximate the Food Security Act with that of the COVID situation, the COVID situation has not only affected the people who have who are in the BPL categories or who are the beneficiaries of the Food Security Act. It also has affected the people who are well-to-do, who are the upper sections of the society, or who are having the purchase power, but they had no means to have an access. Even though have the purchasing power, they had no means to have the access. Now, for this reason, whenever the next context that I want to propose before all the audiences and the panelists out here is that whenever we talk about the food security in the Indian context, we have to see to the 4 dimensions of food security. The first dimension is food access or access to food, that we say. That whenever we talk that food is a matter of life of any person, irrespective of its positioning in the societal strata, the food must be made access. Whether it has been or not, we will be coming to that when we'll come to the COVID situation and its implementation criteria of the state. The first and foremost criteria of food security is food access. The second criteria is food availability. If you do not have food stocks with you, if you do not have procured the food stocks from the market or from the APMCs, which is one of the buzzwords these days, so I'll not go to that because that would open the Pandora's box. The third context would be, the third phenomenon would be the food utilization. That I have access, I have availability, I have the purchase power, but what is the utilization capacity of mine? Am I utilizing the basic minimum requirements of food that is required for me for my survival? Or I am exorbitantly, luxuriously using the food as a matter of commodity for me because I am a well-to-do person in a COVID situation. In a general parlance, we still can assume that this is a possibility, but in a disaster stage, when COVID has hit all people, in such situation, whether the utilization can also be a factor of food security or not is also one of the strongest pillar of ensuring food security. The fourth and the last point of food security pillars that I would be discussing is the food stability. When we talk about food stability, we have to understand the market structure. Okay, in the market structure, the food grains are procured by the state. It goes through the state, not by the state, through the states by the central mechanism called the Food Corporation of India, or the FCI. They have larger warehouses and they store the food grains for need and for exports and for economic activities. Now, in such cases, the demographic and the geographic feature of the country is very wide or very vibrant. If a person in Punjab is looking for its food habits, they are let's say wheat eaters, they are roti eaters. So their demand would be more in terms of wheat. But if you go to the coastal belt, the coastal belt demand would be more on rice. But the stability concern for ensuring food availability to all the people would depend if the government is managing the whole affair of distributing the food grains depending on their requirements. That is how the market stability or the demand stability would be attained. Suppose I am the central authority, I have the food stocks with me. I send 100 bags of rice to Punjab. They won't eat. Even if they're starving, that would be the last thing that they would be doing. I don't say that they would not eat absolutely, but that would be the last thing that they would be doing. That means you are not ensuring or securing their food from the very beginning. And that poses a whole lot of legal questions on the state. And when we come to the state, we have to understand the legal propositions. How does the law gives an answers to all this phenomenon? Now, being a student of law, it is very peculiar to know and understand the whole hierarchy of legal frameworks. We have international commitments, we have national commitments, we have local commitments. And the international commitments do flow through the national commitments to the local commitments in the legal frameworks that we follow. Let me give you small glimpses of how does this international commitments do seep through the cracks of the national legal framework that we have. I would be drawing your attention to Article 11 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. I would also be drawing your attention to Article 25 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is considered to be the constitution or the foundation of protection of human rights. Now, let me give you a small question which my professor once asked me, that Vishwa, you are a student of human rights, and a common person or a layman always tries to confuse the two words that we use in human rights, that is human rights and humanitarian laws. What is the basic difference between both the two? My answer was, and of course there was a caveat to give an answer to that. The caveat was, give an answer in one word. And my answer, I took some time because I am not an expert kind of a person. I took some time being a student of human rights. I gave an answer by saying, sir, the situation. Human rights and humanitarian law differs by situation. And in human rights also, the protection always differs by situation. And now we are talking about such a situation of COVID-19, which is in existence for the implementation of these commitments that the state has given at an international level. Let me highlight that. What is the situation that I'm talking about? When we say about Article 25 of the UDHR, it talks about standard of life. It doesn't talk about food security. It talks about standard of life. And it uses a word including food. The state must provide the standard of life to all its citizens, which would be including of multiple things, but that inclusions also has a word called food. That means the state would be facilitating that all citizens of the state have attained or have got the means to attain the standard of life wherein food is one of the factors to attain the standard of life. I'm living in a bungalow, but I do not have anything to eat. I'm driving a Mercedes or a Bentley, but I do not have 2 square meals a day. That is not the standard of life that we are aspiring by implementing Article 25 of the UDHR. It must be through a sustainable means which the state has to ensure. The standard of life must be balanced. And that is where the responsibility of the state comes into picture. And when we say the responsibility of the state, that means we have to see the constitutional framework. I'll just explain, I'll take 2 minutes to explain on this. India is a party, is a signatory to the UDHR, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the first document of human rights that we talk about. And being a party, we have made a commitment that yes, we would be drawing these commitments to our national legal framework. But we cannot take abrupt decisions like this unless we contextualize the whole Indian legal, constitutional, demographic, and geographic situation into consideration. And for that reason, we had to go down to Article 253 of the Constitution, which says wherever the state has made any international commitments, we have to bring down to the to a legal framework in the national legislative structure, unless it is contravening to the constitutional rights or this constitution. That means you have to safeguard all the commitments of this constitution. You have to bring down to the national legislative framework, and through that only you would be implementing those commitments. And that is why we have come with one of such mechanisms called the Food Security Act. And we have also got multiple international discourses after that. The United Nations General Comments number 12, which talks about, which is an aftershock or after discussion of the ICESCR, and which also talked about that food insecurity is very much prevalent in the whole world, and to attain that, all nation states should take stringent measures for implementing laws to bring down a balance on securing the people. Now, those are the commitments that the state had given. But this is not all that we talk about at the international stage. We also have Article 2, Clause 11. We also have Article 11, Clause 1. We also have Article 23 of the ICESCR, which talks and which prescribes that states have agreed to take steps to the maximum to maximize their accessible resources to accomplish the full acknowledgement of the privilege of sufficient food, which was the buzzword during the Green Revolution, which the India has seen during the Prime Ministership of Jawaharlal Nehru. And through the 5-year plans on the Green Revolution, we have given much importance to food generation or production. And that is where we are questioning about the 4 stages that we talk about: the availability, the access, the utilization, and the security. Now, for this reason, we have to see and understand, whenever the state has taken measures, we always have tried to see that how do we maximize. And when we maximize and when we have ample stocks with us, then we distribute. And when we distribute, we make sure that people have access to that. And when people have access to that, through that means we only attain the food security in literal sense. Now, let me draw your attention that we had great ambitions. We had great objectives for which we came up with one of the committees, because we saw that the production is not improving. The food security is still at a questionable factor at India. So how do we draw a maximized approach which we have committed through the UDHR Article 23? We constituted a committee called as the Swaminathan Committee. And the Swaminathan Committee was primarily looking towards the harmonious inclusion of technology to the agricultural sector for ensuring food security. And the Swaminathan Committee has given very nice and lucid statements that we have a demographic subsistence in India which ranges from traditional practices to the technological practices. We roam or we play between 2 T's, the tradition to the technology. The traditional practices protects the indigenousness. The technology promotes food security or ensures food security. And when we contrast between these 2 poles, we are to play safe and we are to bring an harmony between both the 2. And that is what Mr. Swaminathan has stated. And this statement was accepted later by Dr. Manmohan Singh when he was the finance minister, and subsequently when he was the prime minister. Dr. Manmohan Singh also tried to promote agriculture. I'm not going back into Jawaharlal Nehru and what he has done, because we are in a stage to approximate the COVID situation. And when Mr. Manmohan Singh has accepted that yes, technology and the tradition has to be balanced somehow, this balancing approach has been accepted and has been implemented in India. There is Monsanto also. There is the tribe also, who are doing traditional practices. We have whey wheats coming from America for productions. We have traditional seeds from India, from the subcontinents of, let's say, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, or Maharashtra, or Kerala. Now, these 2 are the playing field for ensuring food security in India. But also, the international commitments have given us a prevalent factor that whenever the state comes up with the law that food security has to be to directed people, women, children, vulnerable section, aged people, or disabled people, or specially able people, rather, I would prefer to say. Now, in such cases, we have international conventions, just like conventions on the rights of child, or what we call the child right conventions. We also have CEDAW, the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. We have the agreements on the rights of persons of disability, or disability convention that we talk about. Everything has been directed to ensure that this has to be taken as a socially beneficial structure or step by the states when they are ensuring food security to their citizenry. And if the state have committed, the state would be ensuring that they are performing their duties. And when they are performing their duties, then somebody is attaining the right. And that is what the rights and duties, or rights and privilege discourse that I was referring to. Now, what are the challenges then at the current point in time? If it is COVID or not COVID, what are the challenges that we are looking here? The challenges are twofold, which initially was identified in the year of 1974. Okay. In 1974, The World Food Conference was held to discuss on the performance of the countries with respect to ensuring food security. And they characterize that food security depends on two factors. One, that guaranteeing the accessibility and the value steadiness of basic food at the both international and national level. That there has to be a stability in terms of accessibility and value, which Dr. Amol has rightly pointed about. The purchasing power, the inflation of prices. When there is a situation which comes, there is an inflation, there is a scarcity, or there is a stocking, or there is an herding. And if this thing happens, then somebody who has to get the access is deprived of the access. And when such deprivation happens, there is a question on the food security. The second is accessibility consistently of sufficient world food supplies of essential food items to continue a consistent development of food utilization and counterbalance the changes of manufacturing and prices. That means if sugar production is more in Pakistan, we also need to have cordial relationship with them to bring in the food supplies if there is a scarcity. Now, such are the situations which we have to deal with is the outcome of the World Food Conference. This is the ratio that has been derived out of the World Food Conference. But these are expectations from the state, but the states would be performing such dependent on their international relationships, dependent on their bilateral relationships, dependent on their diplomatic relationship. If Brazil is facing the same situation, India is facing the same situation of COVID, Brazil will not supply. There would be a blockade on export. When there is a blockade of export, you are all on your own. You have to produce, you have to eat. If you're not producing, you will be starving. This is what the emergency situation has brought in. The COVID emergency has brought in a larger question on the food security. The first one was the demands were increasing and the support due to the conflicting situation of COVID, because that was a mismanaged, we rampantly, randomly went into the lockdown, which is actually good, I would say. But how far it is good, the quantum of goodness, I don't want to comment on it. It's good if I see to the safety from the health issues or health concern. It's bad from the economic front. It's bad from the food security front. It's bad from the legal implementation front. It's bad from the domestic violence front. It's bad from many fronts. And you are prudent enough to approximate the goodness percentile here. But at the same time, the demands were increasing in the market, but there was not consistent supply. But the Ministry of Food and Supplies were consistently saying that we have enough stocks. And those stocks are the questionable factor for me. Being an academician, being a researcher of law, I would be putting some questions now. Number one, if we had enough stocks with us, which was distributed through various socially welfare schemes, to which beneficiaries were prior identified, what about those people who have become vulnerable because of the COVID situation? Just like Amol sir was saying, those who have lost their jobs. If they have lost their jobs, they don't have any means of securing their life, securing their food security. Now, what about those people? But before that, let me ask another question. Whenever we talk about food security, we prefix one of the words in English to the whole context of food security, that is nutritious food. And for monitoring this nutritious food, you have specific mechanisms, just like Anganwadi workers, just like multi-purpose health workers, just like your health department of the state, just like your school mechanism, wherein the midday meal programs have been monitored. So this is one of the checks through which you are talking about, yes, we are providing nutritious food. Why nutritious food? Because under 25 of the UDHR, you're talking about attainment of standard of life. And in the standard of life, you're including food. And under the subheading of food, you are including nutritious food. Now, what does nutritious or nutritional definition in India? You very well can understand. I don't want to comment on that. This is not a sarcastic comment, but this varies from people to people. This varies from place to place, and this varies from region to region. And giving it a general definition would be hard for me, it would be hard for you as well. The second challenge of the COVID emergency was the nature and the scale of health in the changing circumstances that the state must have facilitated. Let me give you a few examples out here. You said all India lockdown for day one. You said absolute lockdown for a couple of weeks, couple of months, couple of multiple months, let's say. When you did so, that was the period of sowing the new seeds, the new harvesting season. April, generally it starts in the April, the sowing season. For some areas, it is a harvesting season. For larger section is the sowing system. You did not allow. For other areas where it is a harvesting season, you did not allow at multiple places even to go to your fields to cut your crops. When people started approaching, you started hitting. Fine for safeguarding your health. It's a measure been taken by the state because the state is responsible for your life. But where is the balance? That is my question. The next aspect was the risk management. After 4 to 5 months, you allowed people to go to their field and to do the sowing and the harvesting season, wherein one section of the season had already gone. And if you hail from a farming family, or if you have any idea about farming, if you lose the sowing season, then you are more prone to diseases in your harvest, because they would not be that strong. The harvest would not be that strong or immune from diseases. What will happen? The farmer would be pouring in more and more and more money to the farming in terms of pesticides, herbicides, or so on and so forth. Where will they get? Because in India, what we see is a larger section is a marginalized farmers. And that is a good question to ask, that when after 4 months you ask them to go to the fields also, the tractors, their plowing carts, everything was standstill. The tractors were broken. They need servicing. They were looking for servicing. The equipments were not available because the factories were closed. The mechanics were not available because they were not allowed. They were not allowed because they are not farmers. They are subsidiary to the farmers. We didn't foresee certain things, that we are an economy. India is an economy, what we call as, proudly say as agrarian economy. But where is the agriculture support? Because one thing, agriculture cannot stand in isolation. It has to stand in synergy. And when I say synergy, that means it has to depend on factories, it has to depend on manpower, it has to depend on government, it has to depend on policies, it has to depend on bank, and so on and so forth. And if at all you are not allowing one section, the other section is handicapped. And if the other section is allowed, the agriculture is allowed only, they cannot do anything. So those are the primary question, that if they are not allowed, food is not being generated, you are insecure in terms of your accessibility to food. The next point was that India have seen one of the largest exodus of people, displacement, when they were traveling from their place of work to their place of birth. One of my friend here stated that probably this is the largest human exodus after the world wars. When the world war was happening, this is the even larger than that. Why did that happen? People died without food on the roads. Where was the implementation of food security? You would say, no, for the larger interest, the state can deny a few, which is actually the socialistic uh, uh, or sociopolitic analogy. But when we say the constitution, it does not marginalize. It says every citizen does count. The life of every single citizen, even if he is a beggar, the life of the beggar also counts. Now, that is where the food security measures of the state was questioned abruptly and on a greater count. Now, for this reason and for the greater understanding, the state confessed or the state promoted that we have good public distribution system, and the public distribution system is enough for acquiring the food grains from the farmers and for supplying it to the people at large. Now, this PDS system is only directed towards a pre-identified mechanism. That means how much will I procure from a farmer for the next year with a contingency amount or contingency volume. Let's say I propose that in 2021 I would be procuring, I'm the state, okay, I would be procuring 20 tons of rice. I never foresee that COVID would be coming to me. I did not see that there would be a mass exodus. I did not see there would be a loss of livelihood. I did not see that there would be loss of job. There would be so much of chaos. Now, in such circumstances, is our public distribution system sufficient enough to meet the food security requirements? Now, those are the questions which we had to ask, and we have to see the Indian experience. And the Indian experience during the COVID time has been to get the healthy food that we talk about, nutritious food. The government was expected to establish the food system that works well for everyone, not an identified few. And nevertheless, with food sufficiency also, which the government was claiming that we have enough stocks to meet the requirements of every single citizen in India, they must also would have taken into consideration first the slowing down of farming development. Because of the contingencies of COVID, there has been a slowdown in the farming, the production. They must have taken that into consideration. Second, the environmental changes. Third, the land degradation or the land changes, because there are people in Andhra Pradesh who are the landowners who had enough land to cultivate, but they did not have the labor, because the labor are from Odisha or Bihar or any Chhattisgarh. They had fled down. They had gone back to their places because the state had not identified them to be working there. There was no permission for that. And third, the diminishing characteristics of food grain productions. These are values which should have been taken into due measure. But of course, you can say that nobody can foresee that such things would come and such things would be taken care. I accept and I thoroughly accept the whole principle. And that is why I would be just reading out few statistics for your convenience, which the Indian government has proposed and which they have also acted. That the government's declaration first was for 1.74 lakh crore, and multiplying the amount and free distribution of 5 kg rice and wheat and 1 kg of pulses of extra arrangements for money, that has been exceptionally useful for the people, and that has been a statement. Now, we did not had a strong banking system for quite some time, but whatever we had, we tried to give them some monetary benefits. The few states gave it, few states enhances it, and few states even did not bother to give it. But the central schemes, just like the the Food Nutrition Security, the Food Security Act, through the Amma Canteen in Tamil Nadu, the Mukhyamantri Dal Bhat Yojana in Jharkhand, the Annapurna Rasoi in Rajasthan, the Aam Aadmi Canteen in Delhi, and so on and so forth. They have opened up their doors and windows for these people at need, because the basic objective was no person should go hungry, and there should not be a question on the impact of COVID on hunger, because if any person dies out of hunger, that brings an international shame on the state, and no state would ever accept that this is one of the preconditions to be gone through. Now, on the contrary, till now November, the government has announced 5 kgs of wheat and 1 kg of persons per person per family with under the National Food Security Act to the beneficiaries, and few states are also added those people who have lost their livelihood during this COVID pandemic through the beneficiary list of the National Food Security Scheme. And there has been also provisions being made under the Prime Minister Gramin Kishan Awas Yojana of 10 kgs of wheat and 2 kilograms of grams per family per month. And the center has assigned 2.3 lakh tons of wheat every month, and to 4.45 crores of people. That means there has been helping hands being taken by the center. But I would also be highlighting one of the basic flaw that I myself have witnessed. The states have added one of the beneficial structure called Narega, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, the Narega that we talk about. Under that scheme, they said any person who has lost their job, they can come down to their places and they would be facilitated with basic wage, with basic work. But in those situation, I just recently, after a year or so, I went to my village from my workplace because I was stuck here during the COVID. I asked one of the person whose services I hired for my household work. He said, "Sir, do you know, I was employed during the lockdown with a promise that I would be given 207 rupees per day wage." That was the Narega scheme, employment guarantee one. And it's been 4 months. I have not been paid a single penny. I have worked for almost 15 days. I worked under the pretext that I would be given some money and I can bring out my family from that hardship in terms of attaining the food. I'm talking about even if I have access, I do not have the resources to access it. Now, if that is the prevailing situation at the grassroots level, I'm talking about a village, and still 70 to 80% of our population are staying inside the village. Still, when they are facing any hardships, the people from the city goes to the village. Why they go to the village? Because they do know in a village, they would never die out of hunger. Because the whole structure of village in a sociological parameter is so strong that even if you are the enemy of my neighbor, if I'm the enemy of my neighbor would come with a food plate if I'm dying. That is the whole structure that we have been living with. And that is the whole paradigm that the state must see, that this is what in true sense is the food security. And that is where we have committed, and that is why we have to work towards. And the public distribution system is one of the best mechanism. I do not want to go to the whole discourse of corruptions or malpractices. It's very much prevalent, but at the same time, the mechanisms of putting checks and balances over them are doing exceptional work. I do have high hopes and faith on them. And that is where I would like to draw your attention that we have got a lifetime experience through the COVID pandemic. And being researchers, being students, being learners, being policy drafters, being policy evaluators, it is our responsibility to foresee how best we can provide the benefits to the people who deserve it. It is our responsibility to see that how economically the people can avail the food grains and attain the standard of life which our nation have committed at the international forum. It is our responsibility to see that how our state is going to provide us nutritional security as well. It's not going to be food security after some time because our lifestyle is changing. With the lifestyle changing in lifestyle, we are drawing more and more of food insecurity measures as well. So we do have to see that how nutritional security is to be implemented. And COVID has given us that lesson. When I say nutritional security, everyone started all of a sudden to be immune because we saw that COVID is a disease of lack of immunity. And if somebody is immune or the immunity is strong, you may contact COVID, but at a later point in time, not so soon or not so easily. But to boost your immunity also, you need food. Where will you get the food? Can rice and pulses only be enough supplements for you to fight the COVID situation or to attain the food security or to attain the standard of life or attain or erode the food insecurity measures that we are talking about? Last but not the least, the benefit transfers. When the state have talked about that the benefit transfer has to be seen as a tool to reach out to those people who have in a vulnerable situation. But closing my statement, I would say, we have taken to ensure food security as a lesson from the COVID situation under the Food Security Act, but with a tool which has been provided under the Disaster Management Act. And in the Disaster Management Act, it never categorizes the identified people. Section 12, 24, 34 of the Disaster Management Act. It says that whoever is at distress would be given or facilitated with nutritious food, and it shall be the responsibility of the state for facilitating the same. And hence, barring or irrespective of the identified class, women, children, disabled people, or aged people, whoever it is, who are the beneficiaries under the Act, the Food Security Act. But as the state was governing the COVID situation under the Disaster Management Act, special measures must have been taken. Special measure which has been taken, but how far it is effective, it's a matter of question at large. That securing nutritious food for all, reading therefrom the Disaster Management Act section 12, 24, and 34, must have been attained, and it should have been the responsibility of the state. The state can say that we have done so, which is visible to some extent that the state have done so, but I must congratulate and commend the work that has been done by the private players, the non-governmental organization, the private institutions, the colleges, and primarily the students. I'm so happy to see the generosity that the students have shown for those people who are vulnerable, who are walking down, and they are providing them with food and water. In Indian tradition, we consider if you want to go to heaven, you have to give water. You have to offer water. And if you want to be living in peace, you have to offer food. Even if you are starving, we offer food to the next person. I'm amazed by seeing the generosity that Indian people have shown. And I sincerely have a positive approach that we do have documented approach of food security to people. We have barriers to the implementation of food security in India, but I'm hopeful that food security to each and every person of India must be attained at some point in time, because I am hopeful on the definitions of given by Mr. Swaminathan, wherein we are holding our traditions, we are growing with technology, and we are moving faster in terms of food generation. And when we have, no person should go hungry at the end of the day. That is what, in true sense, is food security for me. Thank you so much. That would be all from my end. And if there is any questions from the audience, I would be pleased to take it.
Thank you so much, sir. As you have clarified the food security issue so minutely, there is no need for any clarification as such. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Now,
so much.
I, Rucha Kulkarni, on behalf of MNG Society's Manikchand Pahade Law College and the entire fraternity of our institution, extend my wholehearted gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Bishwa Kalyan Das, sir, for enriching our knowledge. I'm thankful to Amal Chauhan, sir, for introducing the theme of this session. Thank you so much. Now, let's proceed with the fourth session. I request Tejaswini Verma to take over the charge. Over to you, Tejaswini.
Good afternoon to one and all. Welcome to fourth session of today's international conference on the topic Status of Human Rights during the COVID pandemic. Sub-theme for this session is Physical and Mental Health, an allied issue relating to the elders in India during the COVID pandemic. Now, I request Dr. Shital Bharata ma'am for introducing sub-theme about the conference. It's over to ma'am.
Thank you, Tejaswini. Respected resource person of this session and dear participants, a very good afternoon to all of you. I welcome you all in this fourth session of this conference. Now, speaking regarding the introduction regarding the theme of this session, it is needless to say that this COVID-19 pandemic and lockdown followed by it has had its own impact on each section of the society, may it be small children, women, men, youngsters, or elderly people. But during this COVID pandemic, the elderly
Okay. Hello everyone. There is some network issue from the side of Dr. Sheetal Barhate. Please stay tuned. Okay. Have some patience. She will be joining soon.
Hello. I'm extremely sorry for this inconvenience because of net connectivity issue. This problem was there. So as far as theme of this fourth session is concerned, it is needless to say that this COVID pandemic, it has its own impact upon every section of the society, may it be children, women, men, or elderly people. But during this COVID-19 pandemic, elderly face special challenges. There are several reasons why the elderly constitute an especially vulnerable group. Firstly, advanced age itself is a predisposing factor to physical and mental health issues. Secondly, the elderly are prone to social isolation even under normal circumstances. And this problem has been further amplified in the current climate. As far as India is concerned, India is the world's second most populous country and home to a growing elderly population as well. As per the data given by United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, India had more than 91.6 million elderly in 2010, with an annual addition of an estimated 2.5 million to the elderly category. Taking care of health of this growing population of the elderly in India is an immense responsibility, and the continuing COVID-19 pandemic has brought it into more focus. In India, we took the decision to promulgate countrywide lockdown since March 25, 2020, thus curtailing social contacts and mobility. In this context, the older adults are confronted with challenges like non-availability of the attendees to help them with task of daily living difficulty in assessing medical help. Those elderly peoples who are living with the traditional joint family system could avail support of the family members. But there is a growing, progressively increasing number of older adults who live alone. These old peoples, these adults depend on hired house help for their daily living. After the start of lockdown, the older adults have to fend for themselves. In many instances, the domestic helpers, they were not able to come over, and even the supply of cooked meals was not as easy. Media reported that during the first week of the lockdown, the number of people seeking help for mental health issues increased 20%. The current COVID pandemic, it has generated demand for the psychiatric help. Not only this, it increased sense of helplessness, anxiety, hypertension, loneliness, depression, and many physical and mental health issues among the elderly people. In this session, our respected resource person, Dr. Aparna Ashtaputri Madam, would be dealing with this physical and mental health and allied issues relating to the elderly in India during COVID-19 pandemic. So, with this short introduction of the theme of this session, I take your leave and would like to ask Tejaswini to continue with the session. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Nisha Varsi to introduce our resource person, Dr. Aparna Ashtaputra. It's over to Nisha.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Nisha Varsi, feel privileged to introduce an eminent personality before you, Dr. Aparna Ashtaputra Sisode, ma'am, before you all. Respected ma'am is the head in the Department of Psychology in Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. Respected ma'am has completed her MA in Psychology and she has also completed SCT, MPhil and PhD. She has a teaching experience of 14 years and she has also written research papers in which her 15 research papers were published. Respected ma'am has got 2 Best Teachers Award by Lions Club of Aurangabad and by the Department of Education, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. Ma'am has also done research in the area of parenting, personality, EEG and emotion. Ma'am is the master trainer at Maharashtra Corporation of Entrepreneur Development, Aurangabad, Ministry of Small and Micro Entrepreneur Development, Aurangabad, and Yashada at Pune. Ma'am is also specialized in the field of doing counseling for children, youth, and parents. Ma'am also runs study skills development program, personality profiling, and stress management program. Not only this, ma'am has also written 2 books on parenting, adolescent, and Samupadeshan, Sankalpana, Swarup, Ani, Yapti. It is to be mentioned that ma'am's regular article series publishes a newspaper regarding career, personality, and parenting. And ma'am has a regular participation in TV channel. On the behalf of MP Law College family, I heartily welcome you.
Before I request ma'am to take over the charge, there are some instructions for attendees. Our session is followed by question and answer session. If attendees have any question regarding the session, please place your question in question and answer box, that is in Q&A box. And the feedback form of this session is shared in chat box and it's available only for 2 hours. So I request all attendees please fill feedback form immediately after the session. Now I request Dr. Aparna Ashtaputra ma'am to take over the charge.
Thank you very much. I hope I am audible now to everyone.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So very warm good afternoon on this warm day. Respected Principal Sir, Dr. C.M. Rao, Vice Principal Moria Sir, the convener of this international conference, Dr. Aparna Kotapalle, the co-convener, Dr. Anju Singh. So good afternoon and all the participants who are listening this. The topic which is given to me, it is about the elderly people. It focuses mainly on the mental, physical health and the related issues. Before going towards the technical things of this issue, I would like to share 2 incidents which really which were very heart touching in this pandemic. When this lockdown was there, we were having a phone counseling sessions going on. We had phone numbers given on the media, on the Facebook, and people who were in the stress and anxieties, they could call us and we were providing counseling services to them. One person called me in the very early morning. It was like 6 o'clock and started crying. As I picked up the phone, started crying. And it was really difficult for me to calm the person. And I just said, okay, you can cry, but please do tell me what you want to tell. And the person said, I don't want to tell anything. I was just feeling lonely and wanted to cry. And there was nobody who could listen. I am crying. I just wanted to cry and make my feelings. I just wanted to ventilate my feelings. And then after a few minutes, then we had a chat. He was a person who was living in an urban area and he was alone. His age was 67 years and he was alone. His family was there, but they were staying in some other cities. And he had his own routine, but he was not able to do anything as a routine. And sitting at home and just watching TV and just having a telephonic call, no physical contact, no seeing person, and lots of information overload was there, and that was creating lot of insecurity. And everybody was telling him that don't worry. And the question he asked me that I know I should not worry, but still I am worrying. What I can do? The emotions are there. The emotion, he has not used the word emotions, but he said that, see, this is what I am feeling. I know I should not feel. I should be safe at home. I should stay at home. I should not go out. But then this is really creating disturbance in me. I know I cannot do anything, but what I should do? All these situations are really disturbing me. This was one incident. And the another one, which you all might have seen on the social media. It was an advertisement where an old man is being like the younger generation is helping the old men for buying the things, the groceries, and the daily needs were being provided by the boys, and the older person is happy for it. Before that, their relationship was not that very positive and good, but because of this pandemic, they were helping the elderly person. And this was the advertisement of, I think, Chitare sweets. So these are certain two things that really touched me. So I have to see this pandemic from different perspective, from elderly's perspective, from psychological perspective, from financial perspective, to understand exactly what things are going on. And this pandemic can really become a very good help to everyone to make certain changes that we were or make certain corrections in the way that we are behaving in the family, in the society, and in overall. So understanding the issues before that, I think we should understand the scenario of elderly people in India. Few things in the introduction has been told by madam, but I'll make that elaborate. See, India, as it is a populated country, so I just wanted to make a base that what exactly is the status of the elderly in India, how they are and where they stay and what they are doing. So if you see the Sensex, they tell that almost like the 1951 Sensex says that 5.5 percentage of the population are the elderly people. Elderly people are the people who are above 60. Those who are above 60, those are called as elderly people. And this population in 1951, so like 50 years back, 70 years back, it was 5.5. And when the Sensex of 2011 was there, the population has increased and it is 8.6%. And it is increasing day by day. The United Nations of Department of Economics and Social Affairs, it says that by 2025, it would be 11%, nearly 11%. So this population is quite a big population. We have the concept that India is a young country. Yes, no doubt it is a young country. But this population of elderly is not a very small, which can be neglected. We have to we have to focus on this population also, which is a quite big share. That is, it would be 11%. Right now, it may be as it is a 10, it may be 10% or so. So we have to think on it. Now, this particular population, that is a 10%, most of the population stays in the rural area. Like near about 70% of the elderly people stay in rural area, and only 30% stay in the urban area. And in that also, we see that their financial and other dependencies are very high. Near about the 50% of the population which are staying, the elderly population, are dependent on some or the other person. So it's very difficult when we are talking about their physical health, their mental health. We have to understand the scenario. So this is a big one where we need to work on. So before going to the situation of pandemic, we should understand what exactly the problems they are facing. What are the issues actually the elderly people are thinking? Like first, we can talk about the socio-psychological issues. We as an Indian culture, we really have a lot of pride in it, that we have a culture where we are very much attached to everyone. We have a family structure which is very strong. But unfortunately, in this globalization and industrialization, what happened? This structure have changed a lot. A person who is 80 years old now, he has seen the world changing in almost 360-degree angle. If you could see from the elderly's perspective, that they have seen the world which was a silent movie. There were no voice, there was no sound. Then came the sound and voice, which was a black and white movie. Then came the instrument color. Then came the colored movie. And now we have this OTT platform. So they have seen a lot of changes. And those changes were very, very fast. We need some time to get adjust to the changes that are happening around us. But the changes are happening so very fast, it becomes really difficult for the elderly people to get adjusted, to get attached to that particular changes those are happening. So what has happened because of all these changes, the structure, the family structure, which was there from so many years, have now changed. There are a lot of changes in the family interactions. The interrelationship has changed a lot. There are very small changes, but which have a long term impact. In the olden days, the elderly people were very important person in the family. Whatever problems, whatever issues were there, they were answered by the elderly people. Or if you go the same way in the village, the elderly person was the person who will have answers to all the problems that we are facing. But as there were changes, there are changes, technological changes, global changes, industrial changes. Now the elderly people don't have the answers of the questions that the younger generation is facing. They don't have the way, the solutions to the problems that they are going. Like if I have a problem and I ask to an elderly person and he says, "So I don't know because this was not in my time." So this change has made impact on their psychological being, well-being, and their physical well-being as well as their social well-being. So the structure that have changed have lot of impact on them. Kids, as the changes are happening, people are becoming more and more engaged in so many things. If you ask randomly any person, do you have time, and 90% of time you will get the answer, no, I'm busy. I'm engaged somewhere. Or they'll say, I don't have time, I'm very busy with some or the other thing. So everyone has become busy. Busy in what? That is another issue that I'll not go into. But everyone is busy with their own life. So though they don't have time to the people who are there at home. There was one interaction we had with the elderly people, and he was saying that we are like a chair which is not a part of a furniture, because when a furniture is there, if a sofa set is there, you cannot change the sofa set, or you cannot bring that one chair from the sofa set, so it is a set. But the chair which is not part of a sofa set is a chair which is kept anywhere in the house. If it is needed in the kitchen, it is taken there. If it is not needed, it is kept in some other places. Old people in the house are like this, like those chairs. We are not needed, we are not wanted by anybody. We are there because we are there. This particular thinking has developed not in one person or not one single elderly person. We see this in many people because they feel that their kids are neglecting them. There may be many reasons, there are reasons, but the feeling of neglection by the kids is very strong, and that is also affecting the overall thinking, overall psychology of the elderly. Now, because of this particular thinking, what has happened? They are feeling powerless because see, I don't have power. Nobody comes to me to ask any answer, or I don't have power to make certain changes. Physically their energy levels are low. They are becoming low and low as the age increases. So that particular thing is there in their back of mind, that I don't have that power, I don't have that physical power. I want to do, but I'm not able to do because of my physical problem. So they always have the comparison, like when I was young, I used to do this, but now I cannot do this because I don't have power, I don't have that energy level. And this particular energy level and power will lead to a feeling of uselessness. They are physically becoming low, and because of the social scenario, nobody is coming to them and asking question, or nobody is taking help, nobody's taking advice, or the advice being taken are very few people are taking the advice. So they feel powerless, and with this powerlessness, they feel uselessness. And this feeling of uselessness affects the psychology in a very deeper way. I'm not, nobody wants me. See, if I am there, it's okay. If I'm not there, then also it's okay. This particular feeling is creating a stress, a trauma, a depression, increase in the anxiety. All these things are increasing. If you see the population, almost means if you take the population, the only elderly population, you will see that 32% of the elderly people are facing psychological problems. But unfortunately, psychological issues or mental health issues have a stigma, so they don't come up with it. They say they have number of reasons to escape from the problem that they are having. There are problem of depression, they don't feel like getting up, but then they'll not say that I'm not feeling well, or they'll not say I have a stress, I have an anxiety. So this particular, because it has a stigma, so what they do is they show different symptoms and they show the physical symptoms. It is not psychological symptoms that we see. All the pains that they are going, the headache, the backache, the leg aches, all the achings, these are because of psychological reasons, because the feeling of uselessness. So if I am useless, nobody is going to look at me, nobody is going to recognize me. So what happened? My physical symptoms gets increased. What we say, it is a psychosomatic. Psychosomatic is you have that somatic or physiological symptoms, but the base of that physiological symptoms is not physiological, it has a psychological base. This is not done purposefully. It is the body mechanism, it is the mind mechanism that is working. So why we see so many elderly people going out in the hospital, from one hospital to the other hospital, because that is not that particular medicine is not curing them, that particular medicine is not helping them to get relaxed or relief from their pain that they are going through. And the main reason behind is the feeling of uselessness, and this uh, powerlessness and uselessness leads to loneliness and depression. So almost 32% of these elderly people are going through this before pandemic. This was the scenario. So the where the people had elderly in their house, they used to take them to the hospital now and then to check the things, are they okay or not. So this was something very important. And what happens because of this particular thing, the when we talk about, especially about India, we say that the illnesses that the elderly people have, those are chronic illnesses. Means if you ask anybody like how long your knees are paining, and they'll say maybe 10 years or 5 years or 15 years for that matter. So these all are chronic illnesses. Why these are chronic illnesses? Because of this psychological feelings that they are having, the feeling of uselessness, the feeling of powerlessness. So the chronicness of the illness increases. And as it is psychological based, one in particularly in Indian scenario, we don't get that the person is having one particular illness. You will have a combination. The person is having BP, the blood pressure, maybe hypertension, maybe diabetes, or maybe all three. They have, there is a combination of illnesses that a person is having because of the complexes that the psychology they have developed. There are lot of locomotor problems that they are facing, getting up, working effectively, working independently, walking independently. These all things are was there before pandemic. All the, I'm not saying all, the elderly people, most of the elder people were going through this, and the thought process was very clear that as we are getting old, it is now part and parcel of our life. Like if you ask like how are you feeling now, it is, as I'm old, it is part and parcel of my life. So accepting that this is going to be there, I am going to have pain, also adds to a difficulty of an elderly person. They have more difficulty while dealing all these issues. These all psychological and socio-psychological and physical, these were there. With this, the another important area where an elderly person have to deal is the financial problem. The financial problem, like we see that most of the elderly people are dependent. So like they are dependent on the family financially also. Almost 20% of the elderly people are 100% dependent on the family. If the son or the family gives them money or takes them to the hospital, then only the treatment is carried out. If they give the money, then only they can travel, otherwise they cannot, because they are 100% dependent on the family. And there are people who are partially dependent, almost 53% of the population of the elderly people are partially dependent. They have some money, but that money is not sufficient. It is not sufficient for their health problems that they are going. It has been seen that whatever medical facilities or medical treatment they need, almost that particular amount is so very heavy for the person to deal with. So it's become really difficult for them to be on their own. So financially they are dependent, but the family members are not dependent on them, or they are least interested in the elderly person, because they feel that uh, or they give the feeling, I'm not saying they feel that way or they treat that way, but they give the feeling that the person is like is not needed. For example, I would quote that one of the elderly person, he asked his son to bring a particular oil, and he said, yes, I'll bring. And he forgot. So the elderly person told again to his son that please bring this. And again he forgot. And then the third time he said, I will not tell you. If you feel, then only you bring, otherwise don't bring. And actually the person, the son was very busy, and he didn't forgot intentionally. It just happened. It just happened in the way because he was busy. But the elderly person got the feeling that, see, I am not needed. Whatever I am telling, if nobody is taking me seriously, why should I tell? Because I am a burden on this family, so nobody is taking care of me. This feeling is really hurting. There are n number of things that they are hurting the elderly person, and unfortunately the 50 or 53% of the elderly are remain single. Either they have lost their spouses, or they are divorced, or some other way, or maybe they are separated, one is staying with one son and another staying with another son, or something like that. So like 53% they are staying alone. So if they have this feeling and this continuous issues are going, it really hurts them, and they don't have a ventilation to speak out. The ventilation was only before this pandemic. They used to go out in the park. Then they had their own groups where they could share, where they could laugh. There was change in the topics, which really helped them uh, to cope up with all the scenario that was what's around them. They were trying to get adjusted to this all situation. So this was the situation, and then the unfortunate lockdown happened and the pandemic started. Now, what happened in this pandemic, that many people, many elderly people, as the information coming continuously, that elderly people are the soft target of this COVID, and lot of information was coming, and the people in the family also started taking lot of care and giving lot of instructions to the elderly. Don't go out, don't do this, don't do that. This really, like we can say that the elderly people were somehow trying to get adjusted to the situations, to the environment, tried started trying to cope up, and this have made or had a blast in their life, where a little things also they were not allowed to do. What happened, people who were staying, elderly people who were staying alone, they had people to help them. Due to this lockdown and this pandemic, the people who were coming to help them were not able to come. So the people who were individually staying independently, they had a problem because physically they were not able, they had certain issues so that they could not perform the daily routine activities. And the helpers were not there. So it was really a difficult, a very tough time for them. And the situation in the area where people were staying together, they had other issues. Like if you see the statistic, we see that in India, almost 3 generations stay together, almost. And in that these 3 generation, in how much area they stay? They stay in 2 rooms. Only 2 rooms are there where all the 3 generations are staying. Now, this pandemic asked people to have a social distancing, and that was really a very difficult time and difficult task for elderly people, where they could not meet, they could not talk. That was the one issue, and where the families were staying in a very small area where we could not avoid um, touching, or we could not have that social distancing. So it was a very difficult time. Elderly people were getting lot of information that they are getting in, they are, the lot of chances are there that they'll get infected. So the anxiety of everyone was very high. All were under stress. The elderly people were under stress. The people who were taking care of the elderly were also under stress. So it was really a difficult phase, time of the overall time, like the overall lifetime difficult phase they were going through. As I said, the first example that I quoted in the starting, one more phone call was there where the person, she was talking to me and she said that I wanted, I used to go out and have my painting classes, drawing classes, and that gave me happiness where I interacted with people. At least once a day, I used to go out, meet people, see people, and again come back. I have my family also. I stay with my family. I have children and grandchildren, and my husband is there. But I don't get a space for myself now, because, and they are giving me so much of instructions that I think I don't understand anything. I'm a fool or what? They don't, I understand they are caring for me. They have positive emotions, whatever they are telling, it is because of me, but for me, for my benefit. But still, I am frustrated and I don't want to live. This word, I don't want to live, was very much painful for the person also, and as a psychologist for me also. And she was telling me that I have lived so nicely till now, everything was good, why at the end of life God is showing me this? So why can't he take me away? So this was the reactions that the elderly were going through. They were having lot of frustration, still they have the stress, the post traumatic stress disorder, PTSD was there, because sudden things happened, and for them it was really difficult to get adjusted to this sudden change and to adjust with it, to tell themselves. And they were knowing that whatever information or whatever um, care was being taken by the family member was right, but then they were not used to this, and that prompted a frustration in them. So this was the scenario, this was the reactions, that I cannot go out. We have seen number of elderly people where their physical problems were getting triggered. A person who was having a varicose vein problem, that varicose vein problem triggered in the pandemic, because again the reason relate was the stress. The stress and anxiety that this pandemic created has increased, or has played a role of catalyst in the physical problem. Whatever physical problem for the person were going through, maybe diabetes, maybe blood pressure, they were going through this. They were having diabetes, but because of this pandemic, what happened? The fluctuation in the sugar was so very high, it was difficult for the elderly people to cope up, and the body was reacting to this. So this all scenario really made it very difficult. The people who were helping, they also got exhausted, because in the family, maids we used to come, the helpers used to come to help the elderly people, and the household things also. The interactions in the family really changed. People who were busy, who were not at home, were now in the house. People who very rarely had a conversation started having conversation. People who were very few time interacting and doing activities in the home, all were at the house, all were in the home. And that was the time where the anxieties, frustrations, the anger, everything was coming up. This pandemic no doubt have created lot of issues for elderly, but the other part, we should not forget that few phone calls were like this also, which said that now I started speaking to my father, which I never used to do. This was a call from a very young adult, and he said that my father and I, we both stay in house, and I was busy. He was in the IT sector, so he was very busy. But due to this pandemic, I'm at home, and now we have lot of interaction and lot of chit chat, which I just forgot. It was in my memories when my father and I used to have a very good time. In the later life, we always had lot of issues, frustrations we were throwing on each other, but because of this pandemic we have started interaction. So this pandemic issue, this COVID, this lockdown especially, have increased the issues in elderly, that is no doubt about it, but in certain cases it has helped also. Now this was the situation, how the elderly, few elderly, how they coped up. Now the elderly who were having, especially I'm talking about the elderly who were in the urban area. There are certain institutions which worked for them, which are working for the elderly people who are maybe have certain psychological problems, some physical problems. So these were the NGOs who were working for elderlies, and they had certain data. And what that data says is that the interaction between the elderly and the younger generation has increased. There were times when the frustration was high, but then they have learned to cope up with the frustration. So this was a very good impact, I'll say, about for of this lockdown. The elderly people started working. They started working on technology. Before pandemic, very few elderly people used to have this Facebook account and Zoom meetings, and they were not knowing anything about Google Classroom and other things. But they have learned it. They had problem in doing that. They needed assistance from the younger generation, but that has helped them to have a good interaction, that has helped them to learn, that has made them open. So whatever depression or whatever loneliness they were feeling was reduced in a certain cases. I'm talking about certain cases, but in most of the cases it increased because the social media pumped so much of anxiety, so much of information. It was an overload of information, everything was getting, and the elderly people, they believed whatever was coming on WhatsApp. We all know that WhatsApp university, we cannot rely on it 100%, but as information coming, they really started doing and feeling that this is what is right, this is what is correct. So it increased their anxiety. Now this is the situation. Now what things we need to do? Now this is the last section I would like to talk about, and then we can go for the question answers if you have. What we can do now? See, elderly situation is like this, and because of pandemic, no doubt it has accelerated. All the psychological problems have accelerated, and because of the psychological problem, physical problems have also accelerated. It has much difficult for them to cope up with. Now, what we need to do as a person, if you have an elderly person in the family, what as a person I can do, as a family, what I can do, and as a society, what I can do. Every person, it may be a young, small boy, girl, or an elderly person who is of 80, 90 years old, all have some basic needs. And if I understand that basic need and I fulfill that basic need, we can create a less anxious world around us. And that need is getting appreciation, getting a good words from the person who are close to us. If somebody says that, yeah, it's really great, what you have done, it's really great, I am sure that everyone would like that. Nobody will say, no, no, I don't like it. It's really very important that whatever things that are coming, whatever the elderly people are doing, I should appreciate it. Appreciation really helps. We had in Aurangabad, we have one NGO working for elderly people called Al Astha. Most of the people who are staying in Aurangabad may be knowing it. Dr. Narendra Vaidya, he is the main in that Astha. And we had certain session for these elderly people. And what we did, we gave certain tasks to them. What task we gave them? Very simple task. And we had maybe a interaction. We have asked them to tell one funny incident of their childhood, and everyone were so much excited, and we had given a timing to them, and in that time only, in 5 minutes only, you have to finish up, so everyone will get a chance. So we gave them 8 days so that they can remember and the best memory they could present, and everyone was so excited. And the feedback from the family was that the 8 days my father or my mother was so excited, so positive. She was thinking and she was thinking, shall I tell this or shall I tell that? So they were all very excited to be there. And this excitement, they forgot that they had certain pain, they had certain physical problems, so they, it was on the sideline. It was not that they were not having it, but it was the priority was something else. So this helped them. Then one more activity was conducted in the family. We said that you should all play certain game, and the game should be the game which your grandparents would tell you. And they played that, and it was really and good interaction with the grandchildren and the grandparents. So this has helped. So from this, what we are learning, or what pandemic have taught us, or what we should learn from this lockdown and COVID-19 pandemic, is that interactions are important. Appreciating one another is important. Everyone have flaws in them, sorry. Everyone have some other negative thing in them. We need to just focus on the things which are good. And if we tell that also, that really will encourage all the elderly people. If we try to bring a positiveness in them, a feeling of usefulness, they are still useful. I know how I should prepare the thing, but still, if I ask my mother or mother-in-law, she'll feel that yes, I'm useful. Asking, if just by asking two questions or taking a small help, if that gives the elderly person the feeling of usefulness, I think that is worth, and we should do that. This usefulness will increase their self, that helps them to have a positive attitude towards life. They will have a hope in their life. Once they have this hope in their life, we will see that the physical problems also get reduced, or if not reduced, they will have the energy to face that, because they are hopeful. So this is a request to everyone who have elderly in their house. If they don't have elderly also, they can do few activities. What activities I can do? At least have a phone call now and then. At least what is happening, what is going, we can just share the things that are happening in our life. We can ask them what is happening in their life. Listening to them can also bring a hope in their life, will make give them the feeling of importance, will give the feeling of attention that yes, my children or these people are attending me. So if you have elderly in the family, you can do this. If you don't have elderly in the family right now, you can see people around who are elderly around you, and then you just can have an interaction or talk with them. What else we can do? We can just have a note for them. We can just write a message for them. We can have a WhatsApp call for them, a video call for that matter, and see what they are doing, how they are working in the life. We could like um, do small things that can help them. We can bring some grocery if they need the daily needs that they want, or we can just ask, "How are you, uncle? How are you, auntie? How are you feeling? Do you need my help? Please, I am there for you. If you want anything, I am there for you." This feeling that if you need anything, we are there. As a society, we are there. I am there to help you out. This can really be a great help for the elderly people. So, what I think, at the end, I'll just sum up that if we want a healthy world around us, every person in that world should be healthy. And elderly people are one of the factor, one of the section of the society. They have the right to be healthy. And as an adult, we have our duty to see that they remain healthy by doing very small, simple things. I thank MP Law College uh, for inviting me and allowing me to interact, have my thoughts in front of, show my thoughts, put my thoughts in front of all the dignitaries who are listening. So once again, thank you very much for inviting me. If any questions are there, those are invited. Thank you.
Ma'am, you can explain the subject very enlighten us. There are no questions from the attendees. Thank you, ma'am, for enriching our knowledge. Now we are coming towards the end of session. Without word of thanks, every session remains incomplete. So I would like to thank Dr. Aparna Ashtaputra ma'am for enlightening us. I also like to thank Dr. Shital Bharata ma'am for I would also like to thank Dr. Shital Bharata ma'am. And last but not least, I would like to thank attendees. Tomorrow, we meet again in second day of today's international conference with sub-theme Human Right of Migrant Workers During the Lockdown. And Professor Jwala Prasad Pachuri is resource person for tomorrow. I request all, please join tomorrow at sharp at 10 a.m. Thank you, Vanana.